All right, we are back at it again for day 2 of the NFL draft. Fun day. The Browns have a ton of pick today, so we'll see what they do. I wonder how much interest is there really going to be for Shedeur Sanders. If there's a ton of interest for him, we'll know, because somebody might want to trade up with the Browns at 33. That's already in the top 5. I think the Browns would move back to, as far as 39. We'll see. Browns about to be put on the clock. Got our first super chat of the day. Super fancy Burning Bush talking about Red Sea parting, 10 commandments, let my people go, demanding little River Movis. This draft better not get effed up again. I'm going to just tell you right now, Hologram Sachi, I have no idea what that super chat was supposed to mean. Can somebody decrypt that shit for me? Because I don't know what he's talking about. I failed to compute it. I don't know what he mean. It was biblical in there. It was a lot. There was a lot going on. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, I'm using the NFL Network one because this looks way better than the ESPN one. They keep it up. It's the same size. This looks way better. The vote was wrong. The people were wrong yesterday. I love how casual day 2 is. Like day 1 is like suit, fancy, designer. Everybody wears like the most fancy shit they can find. And then day 2, casual Friday, baby.
Last night, over 200,000 fans were here, and millions more watched around the world as we welcome another 32 great stars into the NFL. And tonight, I'm joined by 32 players and legends who will select the
Mighty Mulatto says, Q, I need something to get hype over. Give me Milroe or Sanders. It might not be a hype type night, but it might be a night that you get hype about 3-4 months from now, I'll be hype over like what they say Travion. I can get hype over that. Rex Fortune says, I've heard stuff about Henderson from OSU being in play at 33. Him, Elick, Emawari. I'd be happy with picks like that. I love Elick Manor. I see a lot of Ayuk in his game. I thought he was a first-round pick. Chat, are you ready for round 2, Chat? Chat, are you ready? Yeah, second and third round. I think at 33, the best value here is either Emawari. It's Emawari, right? Or Ezerike, the pass rusher out of Boston College.
Number 2 as opposed to last night, it was 10 minutes. And round 3 gets it'll be 5 minutes for the
And Jimmy doing crossword puzzles.
Shirt and the coach Kevin Stefanski with the owner of the Browns, Jimmy Haslam, on screen left. So
they don't look like they're doing anything. So either this picks in or they traded it. Who do I want at 33? Ray, I'm not pulling out my nuts. Who do I want at 33? I'm open to a lot of different answers here at 33, to be honest with you. The board has fallen nicely for the Cleveland Browns. They make a pick here. There's a lot of ways it can go that I'd be happy with. I'm not really dead set on one guy here. Mike Green, I would be okay with Mike Green. I have a lot of questions about Mike Green, though.
Next, what do you think the Browns are thinking right now?
So 3 of my best 4 available players on the defensive side of the ball, but this feels offense to me. This Browns team has got to get better there. the quarterback is something we've been discussing in the run up to tonight. That is the conversation you have to have when you look at their quarterback room. You're not going to see Deshaun Watson this year. They bring in Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco.
I already ate today. No Jimmy Johns. No Jimmy Johns.
I do think their future quarterback is in next year's draft class more so than this year's. But I'm looking at some of these best available players, and you're looking at wide receivers. There are some good bargains there with those Iowa State kids. You've got 2 running backs from Ohio State that are right there.
Okay, they're talking to him. They're talking to whoever they picked.
See if they decide the quarterback or whether they're going to wait a little bit.
They are talking to whoever they picked. You saw it on the phone.
He wants to run the football.
So I think they picked here.
Big, strong, physical offensive line. They've always drafted that. DeJuan Jones is 3 offensive linemen in it among himself. So when you think about how Kevin Stefanski wants to play, Nick Chubb doesn't look like he's going to be part of that.
Y'all hitting the like button? We got 1,000 people up in here. Make sure y'all hit that like button. But yeah, I think the pick's in. I think they've made the pick. They're on FaceTime with somebody. It looked like the social media team phone. So I think they've made a selection here. I think after yesterday, we all just want the Browns to pick here, right? Caleb Johnson wouldn't be a bad pick here.
Those are the names that you're bantering around, and they're going to get likely 2 of those names here in these next 4 picks if they go on that side of the ball in both of these picks, and I would assume that they might.
Well, their pick is in.
Yeah.
Houston is now officially on the clock, 10 seconds in, and this is the pick that Houston acquired last night from the Giants, so the Giants could move back into the first round and take Jackson Dart. It is Houston's first selection of.
Yeah, they're on the phone with somebody.
Some backslapping and some hydrating and all that good stuff going on.
Don't spoil it in chat, y'all.
When you got 2 picks close together, you got to pace yourself. You're not going to see the wild high five. You got to stay in game mode because you got to see what's coming up next, who's going to be off the board, and where you're going to go with your next pick. But I have to understand no one's out of their seat. It's just recommend if the GM comes by and says great pick and wants to shake your hand, do something. Yeah, you can say if you're in the room and the GM likes the pick, you like the pick.
Well, I think we're going to get.
All right, let's get an answer here.
Because
Let's go. Let's get this going, y'all. You out of my mind. All right, here we go. Joe Thomas. All right, who's Joe Thomas going to come out here and take? Is that their U? Their W?
the Browns, here we go with the 33rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select Carson Schwesinger, linebacker, UCLA.
Really?
No, they do not go offense. They do not go.
I'm not familiar with him at all.
UCLA.
He clearly, to me, is the best.
Really?
So they want to look at the board.
Oh, this does not spell good things for JOK, right?
Machine.
Yeah, he played Mike at UCLA. Yeah, I gotta get more familiar with him, but I didn't expect that.
Just jumps off the screen when you're watching. Here's another example of those instincts that show up in coverage as well. So Jeremiah,
They're going defense here.
I think factors into this CD, but this to me is about looking at what's
Yeah, this is the biggest sign of I would be concerned about JOK. The Browns just signed JOK to an extension. They brought in a linebacker. Them drafting one in the second round might be a sign here that JOK's health is not pointed in a great direction.
play a lot earlier than this when it gets this talented. I'd like to know what happened.
He was a no-star. He was barely a walk. Oaks Christian. Oaks Christian is just
Yeah, Carson Schwesinger.
of UCLA. Goes to Oaks Christian.
I'm shocked they went linebacker this early.
To UCLA. For that whole reason. And again, you know what it was? He was tearing them up. He was hell on a wheel.
Hey, just because you're unfamiliar with the prospect does not mean that prospect's not good, right? Yeah, he didn't really test much at the combine. Did jump 40 inches in the air. Really good pass rusher, run defender at UCLA. Solid coverage grade. I mean, this guy's an athlete. Cooper, thank you for the super chat. I told you guys in the video earlier today, I don't think the Browns are drafting a quarterback. If they were going to draft a quarterback, they would have did it at 33, right? Yeah, Stomping Peak. Chat always hates anything that happens during one of these streams. The Browns could score a touchdown. I've seen chat be mad about it. So I guess our offense is good enough. Hey, there are like fucking so many picks, guys. They have the 36th pick. They could easily use that on offense. Like, you're not out of picks. So let's see what they do in the draft, then make a comment on what the offense or defense output's going to be. But yeah, I don't think they're taking quarterback. I think they're going to bet on quarterback next year. It's interesting. The guys who fell out the first round that everybody anticipated are not the first couple off the board here. Jaden Higgins gone.
Organizations like these same types of
A
players.
big body wide receiver here. Think about Luther Burden, good athlete. Everything you hear about him gives you red flags as far as like personality fit. Like like if you watch the Steve Smith breakdown, it kind of illuminates that really well. I don't know if this is a guy you bring into the Browns situation. Like I don't think Luther Burden makes a ton of sense for us.
Don't worry. They won't announce a thing.
All right, Seattle on the clock now. They just traded up in front of Cleveland. I wonder if this is for quarterback. This could be for Shador. Lewis says, Q, you don't think that they are trying to make one of the best defenses ever? I think this is about, in my heart of heart, I think this is about JOK. They don't feel like he's going to be back anytime soon. And they see it probably as a bonus. I wonder if Jahad Campbell would have been the pick here if he fell. But a lot of people have it on their board that right after Schwesinger, there is a big drop here at linebacker. So they went best linebacker available. Yeah, I think Seattle might be getting quarterback here. It might be Milroe. There was some noise about them in Milroe. Just when you think you have this team figured out, huh? You do not have them figured out. Goodness gracious. Yeah, guys, I'm just telling you right now, I don't think they're taking Shador Sanders. If they were going to take a quarterback, it would have been at 33. Why wait? Dan says, can't believe you didn't know Wayne was a Packer fan. He made green and yellow like 20 years ago. Missed your cue on the 6 and 11 starts. Appreciate the super chat, Dan. Once they trade it back to get that extra first, I think they signaled they don't buy this class at quarterback. I think that's truly what they were signaling. They don't really buy this class at quarterback. And they're willing to wait till next year on him. And if that works out, that works out. If that doesn't, that doesn't. So Schwesinger, who was at the Senior Bowl. I got to look at his Senior Bowl stuff. He's 46 on the consensus board. After him, I mean, there's a steep fall off. So you are talking about a long fall before like other linebackers are there. Again, does this say anything about JOK's health? I think so. I've been pretty non-committal on the JOK health stuff. That and talking to Tyvis, I'm not confident in JOK's health anymore.
The Seahawks used the 2 they got from Pittsburgh to bring up. So they took the 2 from Pittsburgh. They have another 2 of their own tonight. They flipped a 3rd-round pick later on tonight to package with.
So Tennessee got picked up an extra 3rd for moving back to 52.
Into this spot, 35th overall. Daniel, while we have a couple seconds, you want to try and take a shot right here? Well, I'm just looking at a couple things. I'm looking at Joseph and is my last interior offensive line with a top 50 grade, and then my best available player is the big safety from South Carolina. Even more.
Yeah, I don't think the Browns are. Look, I'm just telling y'all what it looks like. You know, I don't want everybody to think that, get all hyped up, think Shador's about to be the pick at 36, and it's not going to be Shador.
The NFL are teaming up to give fans and players an opportunity to connect like never before.
And Schwesinger, I just think Browns fans weren't familiar with him. I'm not that familiar with him. It might be one hell of a pick. Like, I think we're shitting on something because we're not familiar with it, not because it's like we know it's not good. Like, this is not a player I've looked at and been like, nah, I don't think he's good. I think he's overvalued. It's just a player I haven't been able to look at. Why would we not take Jalen? Why would you take Jalen Walker 5th overall? Shut up. Shut up. Why are you saying dumb shit in chat? Chat, it's too early to start saying this stupid shit. Like, please, relax. Take a fucking breath. ESPN doesn't know who Carson Schwesinger is. Please shut up. Like, relax, y'all. Yeah, it's just not a name that we know, but he's a top 50 prospect on the mock draft database board, consensus board. So he was a 2nd round pick.
So, sounds like a very familiar voice. It is Richard Sherman. We're into Seahawks colors, too.
The Tennessee Titans have traded the 35th pick to the Seattle Seahawks. With the 35th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Nick Amendola.
Really?
South Carolina.
So it's a former member of the Legion of Boom would welcome in a guy who kind of looks like he could have played in the Legion of Boom.
Yeah, he's good athlete. Fun guy. Good pick. Yeah, people I trust who actually watch these scouts thinks that Schwesinger's pretty good. Hey, let's not tingus pingus ourselves, y'all. If you're just not familiar with who Schwesinger is, just say that. It's okay.
Much faster. We talked about this during the combine.
Yeah, the 36 pick is in already. The Browns have already made this selection.
Dennis Smiths, Tim McDonald, Ronnie Lott swinging back, those types of guys.
Well, and that's John Schneider, who used to work around these parts. Now he is the man and has been for quite some time in Seattle. All right, so the Cleveland Browns are about to select again. Their pick is in. Vegas is on the clock. We're now on Shador watch again right now. In case you're just joining us, Carson Schwesinger, the linebacker from UCLA, was the first pick of the night. Cleveland chose him there. And you were talking, Charles, earlier that if they wanted Shador, they were going to mess around.
Picks in.
Give someone else a chance.
So if they didn't take him there, you know, the odds are we're not about to hear his name.
The Browns are not in on Shador Sanders, man.
Joe Thomas out again with a special guest.
All right, I found a young Browns fan, Jack Thomas, in the crowd. It's going to give you a little help here with the 36th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. Your Cleveland Browns select.
Quincy Judkins, running back, Ohio State.
So they take one of the Buckeye running backs. And it's
All right, Quishon's first.
the choice of the Cleveland Browns.
So they trusted his testing more than his game speed. That's the only thing with Quishon, right? The game speed does not look amazing with him. But then he goes to the combine and he runs 4.4. So which one do you trust? Do you trust the testing? Do you trust the tape? Maybe you're going with he was injured by the end of that playoff run, which certainly could be a thing. Quishon, he reminds me a lot of Kareem Hunt. Like, that's the comp for him, is Kareem Hunt. Big, physical, one-cut, downhill runner. I think that Travion is a more upside pick. Quishon is the type of running back that I like because he just goes out there and he hits a motherfucker. So you think about what the Browns did successfully. What are the templates that they're trying to fill on this team? Quishon Judkins, that's where they replaced the Kareem Hunt role on this team. Another thing to consider, right, with Nick Chubb possibly being back as your running back, the Browns need somebody to handle short yardage. Nick Chubb's not a good short yardage back, and I think that was the value of Kareem Hunt in the Cleveland Browns system, is his short yardage ability. Quishon Judkins, day one, short yardage guy, for sure. So, you know, if you like Kareem Hunt in Cleveland, he fits right in with Kareem Hunt because he is almost a carbon copy of Kareem Hunt. He's a battering ram there. His vision's not going to be amazing. You're going to see him put his head into the back of an offensive lineman here and there, but he's powerful and he hits people. You pair him with somebody like DJ Gittins, maybe get Jadon Blue later in this draft. You can see the vision here for what the running back room could be in the future. Somebody in the chat said taking a running back early is terrible. Hey, man, the last running back we took in the second round worked out pretty good. No, he's nothing like Jerome Ford. He's way more powerful than Jerome Ford. You're going to see the difference when they stand next to each other. Jerome Ford is very light. Quishon Judkins carries the weight to be a battering ram, where Jerome doesn't. And Jerome avoids contact. He goes wide. That is absolutely not what Quishon does. Again, think Kareem Hunt. Really good player. And, like, let's see. Like, maybe he was injured in that playoff run, and maybe that's why he didn't look so fast. He ran a 4.4 at the combine, so I imagine he's faster than we think.
I mentioned it, so I understand there could be
Unstoppable spin move in a video game on college football 25. Everybody I trust about the draft is telling me that linebacker was a really good pick. Anthony Latham says, man, I was praying for Mike Green and Will Johnson. Super happy we get a good running back, though. That's Brown Smash Mouth football. Oh, yeah, he's Smash Mouth. That is the most like upside Smash Mouth guy you could get outside of like Omarion Hampton.
There.
Dolphins trade here. Wow, so the Raiders traded back. Hey, Shador might be there in the 3rd round.
Vegas. And then
Wow.
43rd pick.
Wow, unless the Saints take him in. There's been more noise about them taking Chuck than Shador. It might be a long night for Shador. Brian Baldinger like this pick. Yeah, the returns I'm getting. Look, I haven't watched any of Schwesinger's tape, so I'm not going to sit here and act like a fucking expert about him. Everybody who I do know has watched the tape on him is saying, yeah, that guy's good.
Who he reminded me of coming out of college, that inside-outside versatility, big, strong, powerful men who can move. Like, he tested really, really well. Ran 4.95 under 40, so he can really scoop. To me, you get him physical in the run game, but you don't.
Jonas and Nevia.
Is the Dolphins.
Is that who went here?
So Kingo just introduced a new teammate who's going to block for him. Pretty neat stuff right there. So the Dolphins just.
Someone said I could tell by his name he's going to be a buzz. We'll see what Schlesinger does. Y'all gonna love Schlesinger if he's good. Y'all know y'all just talking right now. Y'all just talking. I don't know anything about Carson Schlesinger. Y'all out here having all these goddamn opinions. Raise your fucking hand in chat if you watch one UCLA game this year. Chat, raise your hand right now. I want to know how many of you guys watched a UCLA game this year. Raise your hand. For everybody in there talking about what you think this pick's going to be, raise your hand in chat if you've actually watched UCLA play football this year. Ain't none of y'all watched them. So what's your opinion based on? I'm just talking. I've made a comedy quote from the Cleveland Browns dumpster fire I see you've never heard of. Sorry, I upset. You didn't upset me. I just didn't know what the hell you was talking about, dude. Like, that's it. I ain't tripping. I wasn't mad. Just didn't know what you was talking about. I am not crashing out. I'm just like everybody in chat has watched all this UCLA football. And I'm like, ain't none of y'all watched any UCLA football. Y'all have no opinion about this dude. How are you this impassioned about the pick? Like, because nobody was watching UCLA last year. They weren't a very good football team. So it said, I watched the highlights on the tube. Is he better than Mike Green? Well, I mean, he has a cleaner rap sheet. Yeah, we're building the defense, we're running the football, and we're probably drafting the quarterback in 2026. Ray Rags with the $20 super chat says, from what I saw, the Browns will start looking at quarterback in the 3rd. I think it needs to be said that Ohio State used Judkins as a bowling ball, still averaged 5.3 yards per carry, got 14 touchdowns. That's the lowest in his 3 seasons. Yeah, man, I think Judkins a dude, man. I liked him. Like, early on when I was just watching the tape before everything else, I think Judkins the more every down back of the two. I think Travion's an elite change of pace guy, but Judd is the every down back to me. Someone said this, like, we're building defense with mediocrity. You did not watch any of UCLA play, and I doubt you watched a ton of the defensive line from Michigan. I'm not even saying you got to watch all of UCLA, but we talking about this dude like we knew something about him. Nobody knows about him. Well, like, not nobody. We don't. All right. Our defense is going to be stout next year. Let's hope. That's the hope, right? Nirvana fan looks like he's watched UCLA game. Yeah, a bunch of people jumped in. He's a dude. That guy's good. Once they traded back from 5, I understood that Shador was not going to be the pick. I've been saying this since they've made the trade back. Don't get your hopes up for quarterback in the second round. If you were here on the stream yesterday, you know that. So, no, I am not in any way disappointed that they didn't take a quarterback. I didn't expect them to. I like Quid. I like Swess. The people at least that have watched UCLA like Swess. Okay, I get it. You need a linebacker. JOK's health is not looking good. We seen Jason Tarver make Devin Bush good, make Reggie Ragland serviceable. That's another thing. Jason Tarver's just a really good coach, and I think Rex Fortune brings that point up. So I think I think that's a good pick there. Okay, yeah, everybody who's looking for linebacker this year in my group text are like, yeah, that Sweats dude's good. All right, that's a good pick. I gotta watch him though. Hey, look, Shador might be there in the third round, and maybe the Browns take him then. If you get Shador at 67, I think chat will finally be happy. Well, at least half of chat. The other half would be still mad that you took him at 67. At that point, I can't be that mad.
Here comes the commissioner. Teams won.
Where he got the New England pickup. I had to download some UCLA film.
Both are unified football teammates from Special Olympics. Xavier.
That's neat.
Big time.
Special Olympics league's 60 community partners funded by the NFL Foundation. The NFL and Special Olympics.
You said Howard or Milroe day 3. We'll see if they. I don't know about day 3. I don't think Milroe gonna get there, but Howard definitely might be there day 3. The way it's going.
To play on the same team. Xavier, Reed, you got the safe.
Tight end in third. Yeah, tight end could be the third pick.
2025 NFL Draft. The New England Patriots select
Trevion
So
Henderson.
both the Ohio State guys go in the third.
To New England. Trevion Henderson and Ramondre Stevenson. That's a very
That'd be a nice one too.
They're going to be running the football for the New England Patriots.
See my comparison there at the bottom. Clint Fortis, think about how unbelievable he was, not just as a runner, but in pass protection.
Could the Browns have traded back and got them both? I don't fucking know. Like, that's impossible to project. If you like the guy enough to take him at 33, I don't care about any of that. Then take him at 33. Same thing at 36. If you like Quishon, if that was your third running back available, best running back available, and you want to get a playmaker at the running back position, then take him. I ain't really tripping. Yeah, I know it's only the second round here, but all the teams that could have went quarterback have shown no interest in getting quarterback. And look, y'all love we could have traded back and got this guy at 50. But what if you trade back and you don't get the guy at 50, you get somebody you like even less? Then what are you doing? Like, are we just being angry to be angry? Play Minnesota, Iowa, really good games. I'm going to download the Minnesota-Iowa tape. We're going to look at that Oregon tape, too. I'm a Browns fan from SoCal. The linebacker from UCLA is good. Appreciate all my California people jumping in and being like, hey, man, the guy's good. Had 4 sacks last year, 3 pressures, 11 hurries. About a 7.6% missed tackle percentage, 50 stops. That's pretty good. It's pretty good. Only thing with him, it looks like he only got 1 full year of play at UCLA. Let's go download some tape on him. I'll go look at him. It'll be fun. It'll be fun. And look, we got the Ohio State guy, Ohio State fans. Clap it up. Clap it up. You got Ohio State guy. If Sanders is about to be the farthest slide ever, it's comparable to Malik Willis's slide, right? Where everybody thought Malik Willis was a first-round pick, top 5 pick, and then he slides to the 3rd. I think it's a similar slide. I don't think it's worse, though. Browns fan in Cincy Q. We have so many toxic fans, man. Keep up the great work. I think Browns fans just used to being a little angry all the time, you know? I think Browns fans are, like, most of the time, some of the greatest fans in football. It's just, you know, we're a little used to being angry, and sometimes that gets the better of the fan base. And especially on days like today where you got a lot of emotion pent up, and it's not a very hype up draft, right? They've gone and they've made some really responsible choices. Ray Rag says you can't be mad about the trade down yesterday, then come in here and act like they could have traded down. No, just take the damn player, please. That's what I'm saying. If the Browns felt like that was good value for the player, then fucking take him. Like, just take him. It's the 2nd round. You know, were you going to try to miss out on a guy you like just so you can get an extra 6 that you're not even going to care about in like 2 years? Just take the guy. So I agree with you, Ray Rags. I remember when the Browns took Nick Chubb, people were like, well, Sony Michel's better. We'll see. Time's going to tell on this. Abdullah says, good day from Australia. My main man for the Browns content. You caught it with the Browns avoiding quarterback. You think our offensive woes were mostly quarterback and our QB room is better this year? I think our quarterback room last year was historically awful. And this year, it's just either bad or mediocre. So I think it's better than last year. Is it we're going to make the playoffs, win a bunch of games better? No. But it is better. Browns fans are always going to complain, though, man. I mean, any fan base is going to complain. I don't really think that's avoidable. Okay, we got Iowa, LSU. I guess we go Iowa, LSU for him. Dude, Dalton only has 5 games uploaded into the portal for him. All right, Celeste, let's get your NFL here. Luther Burton off the board here at 39. I think that's a terrible spot for him. He really needs to go somewhere with a veteran presence. Rex Fortune says Carson is a walk-on, also a blongineer, so he's got a room to grow. He's really smart. Any NFL player who didn't go for communications, I rate higher. Oh, his major? I guess is one way to look at it. Okay, Iowa game, LSU game. Do we got that Minnesota game? We don't. We just got Hawaii. I don't really want to watch this Hawaii game. What about Nebraska? All right, we'll just do those 3 games and download those 3. Canadian fan here. Any international players you have on your radar for the draft or even free agents? I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't have any international players on my radar right now for the Cleveland Browns. I'm just not aware. Yeah, Luther Burton, the thing with him, he's good, but like all kind of concerns pop up when you hear how people behind the scenes talk about him. Oh, he's a bioengineer. Cleveland only real audit score. You think we still have a chance at signing Chubb, or did he sign someone? Go Browns. And if you're not down with it, I got 2 words for you. Well, I think Judkins I think you could pair Judkins with Nick Chubb pretty easily. So I don't think this closes the door on Nick Chubb. Long term, it closes the door on Nick Chubb, but we knew long term there wasn't going to be much of a future there with Nick Chubb in Cleveland. But like this upcoming season, they could easily bring him back. Wait, didn't Sony Michel go to the Patriots too? Is history repeating itself? That is interesting because like Sony and Travion are kind of similar prospects, like the straight line speed, downhill, explosive guys. So, and I think Nick Chubb kind of got criticized for being more of a pure runner, but nothing else. That's kind of the hit on Quishon as well. So, yeah, it does feel like there's a lot of parallels to back then. Deja vu, New England picked the lesser back from Georgia. Nick Chubb turned out to be the better back. This is what I'm sensing here. Yeah, there's a little bit of a parallel there. Yeah, comparing Jerome Ford to Quishon Judkins is an ill-advised comp in my mind, because Judkins is a straight up and down nose first guy. All right, so this is the first spot where we think Shedeur could go again. 40. At this point, I'm just here to understand where Shedeur's going to slide to. Like, I'm not even like invested in the Browns taking him, but I do wonder when this slide's going to stop for him. Yeah. All right, the pick is in for the Saints. Wow. Wow. Wow, they went Tyler Shuck here at 40. Wow. Wow, they went down. They went Tyler Shuck at 40.
That's the Saints pick right now. Long Rancher, Wisconsin.
It's not pretty bad. With the 40th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Tyler Shuck, quarterback.
Wow. Wow, they went Shuck.
By way of many other schools.
So, like, Milroe or Sanders might be there at 67.
For the third quarterback taken in this draft, Tyler Shuck might just walk right into a starting job with the New Orleans Saints. I think he's got a great.
Wow. I get that Sanders didn't do the media tour, and I talked about it, how I think he mishandled this draft process and how it was going to inevitably create a slide. This is a crazy slide now. Like, it's gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, he's undervalued now. Like, he is a steal at this point on. Like, wow. Yeah, if he's there, if him or Milroe are there at 67, I go quarterback. That's crazy. Yeah, it's underrated now. He's underrated now. Shuck over him is crazy. That's crazy. That's insane. How there's not a wow. Nah, this is going too far. This is nuts, dude. Ray Rag said, dude out here going to be 30 by his second contract. of the three things they showed for him are cons for me. Yeah. Yeah. Wow, man. Wow. Hey, look. That's crazy. If Quinn Ewers goes before Shedeur Sanders, this is collusion. like, like if that happens, we've lost everything. He must have had the worst interview of all time. The worst interview of all time. Like, did he just pull his ass cheeks out and shit on the table? Like, damn. Tyler Shuck at 40? That's nuts. That's nuts. And they traded up for it. Bo Callahan, anybody love the work? Damn, man, Bo Callahan ain't fall this far. Bo Callahan fell to like pick 4. Damn. Damn. Ooh. That's insane. Manuel with a super chat. I think I got it right here. Appreciate that, man. Luis with a super chat as well. Q, I've been watching your videos for a long time. The picks, I'm good with them. Wasn't happy with the trade, but I'm looking forward to seeing those young men in brown and orange. I think so. I agree. I know I'm not in love with the trade back. Same as you. But hey, if you trade back, at least you got somebody I like. So appreciate you, Luis. Wow. Yeah, once you get to the third round, you can do whatever you want with the positions, man. If you want Shedeur, just take him. Like, you ain't got to give that shit a year if he's in the third round. No, they was recording everything. They put the vlog out. The Sanders family put the vlog out today of the draft day slide. Like, it's that crazy.
They give a little back to Josh this year. Last year they asked him to carry.
Yeah, like it's nuts. Because if we get to the third round and all of my 3 favorite quarterbacks in this draft are still there, I'm gonna take one. Like, Ray Rag says he must have told teams you need to draft my brother, and they said, "Damn, man, you think Shiloh that ass?" Oh my goodness. That's nuts. Tyler Shuck over him is crazy. That's crazy. Schwesinger gives me Luke Kuechly vibes. God, I hope you're right. Oh my God, if we get like a Luke Kuechly type player with the defensive line that the Browns are going to have, and think about that, they've invested in this defensive line. So these linebackers, they're going to be able to run around, man. So, you know, they're building up this defense the right way. I'll give them credit for that. Might not love how we're getting here, but boy, are they building this defense back up again. You think San Francisco takes him at 43? Shedeur, I don't know. Jalen, probably a chance.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 41st pick to the Buffalo Bills. And with the 40,
I aspire to be that bald one day.
the Buffalo Bills select TJ Sanders, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
All right, so TJ Sanders goes off the board here. How many people that hate the trade back would have been happy with Sanders at 2? Hope the excitement is not the plan. I would rather just support the Browns. Yeah, the Browns can't be making draft day decisions based on what's going to get the fan base excited. I've lived through that too, right? I've lived through, let's get them excited. Let's draft Johnny Manziel. Let's get them excited. Let's draft the hometown hero, Brady Quinn. And it's been a disaster every time. Even the last time people suggested we do a let's get them excited pick, it was let's take Mitch Trubisky over Myles Garrett because Mitch Trubisky plays quarterback and he's from Cleveland. Disaster. Would have been a disaster. So you can't draft to just make people excited. Again, winning the day of the draft, the weekend of the draft, is the most meaningless dub you can get in the NFL. Because who cares? Okay, Shador out there just throwing the football with his family. A nice little visual. But yeah, winning the weekend of the draft is pointless. So, you shouldn't make decisions to win the week of the draft. King Tut says, do you think AB is drafting a core group of players? Hold on. Super chat's going side. Super fast. Love all of the support. We got 3,000 people in here. Do you think we can go QB? No, I'm a little bit earlier than that. All right. King Tut says, do you think AB's drafting a core group of players that have a high motor and very physical to keep building the core identity to this team? I think that's a big part of it. Cleveland only real audit scores. Do you think we really need to go QB this year, or could we wait till next year, like you said yesterday? I mean, if the value is to the point to where that's the best player available in the third round is one of these quarterbacks because everybody passed on them, then you just go best player available in the third round, right? It doesn't stop you from doing anything next year, but, it just gives you another guy to throw in that room, and if you get something from him, then you get something from him. Ray Rag says, on a serious note, I wonder if they were scared that he was coached by his dad. Not saying it's a bad thing, but the offense is designed around him his whole life. Well, this is the tough situation for Shador Sanders he's going to be walking into. His whole life, he's been coached by his father who loves him unconditionally. Now he's going to be a mid to late second round pick or a third round pick. And he's going to a team that there might not be consensus on if they want him to play long term. So you go from a situation where you could do no wrong, you were going to get the time to develop, to you got to get your shit together or else you're going to be out the league. It's a tough contract. Someone said Dallas could do it. It would make sense. Stingray says, at this point, I'm fine with Milroe or Shador. It doesn't really stop you from picking someone next year. Yeah, in the third round, do what you want, dog. Do what you want. Someone said this feel like a Madden superstar. Who said that? Brandon Lowman? Brandon said this feel like a Madden superstar mode story. Hey, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. It does give those vibes. Yeah, I don't think we taking a wide receiver, man. I don't know if Elick there at 67 is hard to pass up too. That's what I'm hoping for. Elick A. Manor. If he stays on the board until the third round, I'm hopeful that we take him. All right, you guys think I'm gonna wait till San Francisco and Dallas picks, and then I'm gonna do my video about Carson Schwesinger.
The Dallas Cowboys have, the Indianapolis Colts do have an open quarterback competition with Daniel Jones and Anthony Richardson. They have done a ton of quarterback homework. And then at number 48, you have the Las Vegas Raiders. Remember, obviously, they traded back in the round. They are still considering Shador Sanders. We will see where he ends up going. If not,
yeah, if Shador falls past Las Vegas, He going to the third, bro.
Looking over the steering wheel down the road department. They do choose after the Colts, so the Rams are 46th overall in this draft. The Jets, we've been waiting to come back from commercial break for their selection that's already done, and then the Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. The Niners have selected as well.
Big fan, Q. Who's the next QB off the board? Shador Milroe could go from, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you.
For the 2000 draft class of the Jets with the 2025 pick.
With the 42nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mason Taylor, tight end, LSU.
Well, that makes sense.
So the Jets do go tight end. Opportunity.
Teams better average 2.5 yards a carry with this much attention to the defensive side of the ball. I mean, they know what their strength is. Their franchise player is Myles Garrett, right? You don't have a quarterback. So you're going to want to make sure that that defense stays strong, because no matter what you do, that defense is going to be a big part of your success in the future. So it makes sense to continue to invest in it. What you don't want to have is shitty defenses with Myles Garrett, right? Like, if you're going to pay Myles Garrett the kind of money you're paying him, you're going to make him the franchise player, then, you got to put pieces around him. Colts taking a QB makes sense here. I just don't. I don't get, if the Colts take a QB here and they haven't traded Anthony Richardson yet, and then I don't understand what they're doing. All right, the 49ers picks in.
Multiple times. What are we getting out of this draft, Joel? Starters. Okay, you look at the Jets' depth chart right now. Jeremy Rucker is the starter right now. He's going to come in right away, Mason Taylor, and compete hard to be the starting tight end.
Yeah, I think the interview rumor might be real, per Josina Anderson on why the Saints picked Shuck. He's talented and did well in the interview process. The film was good.
Draft class out. 2025.
Yeah. I also go back and I think about what he did at the East-West Shrine game.
Bang, bang, 49ers. With the 43rd pick in the 2025 class, the 49ers select Alfred Collins, D-tackle.
Alfred Collins. All right. Force Man says it'll be Winston Jr. at 67 if he's there. Worst offense in NFL history. They could add a offensive in this first 93. Hope it works out for us. I mean, a lot of that shit, like, here's the thing with the whole worst offense in the NFL last year thing. A lot of that had to do with Deshaun Watson, man. And it's not blaming it all on Deshaun, but the truth is, though Deshaun and DTR were the worst quarterbacks that played 100 snaps last year. They were 45th and 46th in EPA per play and success percentage. Upgrading from that to where Joe Flacco sat, which was like 18th, is going to make your offense so much better just by that alone. We saw it when Jameis walked in. Offense couldn't get a over 200-yard game. Next thing you know, Jameis throws for 550 yards. So I think a lot of the offensive situation, it's not going to be as bad as last year because the quarterback play isn't going to be as bad. That doesn't mean it's going to be amazing, but I don't think it's going to be a repeat of last year's offense. Young Yogi says, I was hoping for more playmakers on offense. We better be the 85 Bears next year. Yeah, you got to be a good defense over the long term. We'll see what these guys contribute day one. I would like us to sign another wide receiver in free agency at this point. I don't think there's anybody you can draft that's going to be a guaranteed day one guy. So, I'd rather go back, dip into the pool, see if you get like Keenan Allen or somebody. Jason Hurd says no one should score more than 10 points on us, the best defense in the league. We'll see. I feel like we're disingenuously throwing a bunch of like expectations out for this defense. We'll see. Harold Fannin Jr. would be a solid pick in my opinion, giving Njoku some help. Yeah, him, Gunnar Helm would make a lot of sense. Someone said we traded for Ayuk. I doubt it. I doubt it. Even though I bet San Francisco called and see if they could pry that first from Cleveland to get Ayuk, for the Browns to send Ayuk over. I don't think the Browns would do it. John McCarthy, appreciate the super chat. Yeah, after the Cowboys, Colts, and after Las Vegas picks, I'm going to start my videos. Boy, some of y'all have really gotten polarized on the Shedeur Sanders thing. Like, at this point, it's not worth being polarized about. If we were talking about Shedeur at 2, yeah, that could be franchise altering. But guys, we're nearing pick 50. Shedeur getting drafted here, Jalen Milroe getting drafted here. It's just not going to be that damaging to the team if it doesn't work out. Dylan Brown with the $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Oh, Cowboys went Ezeriku. It's a good pick. It's a really good pick, man. And if today has taught us anything, all the people are like, oh, we could have traded back and got this guy. We have no clue who would have been there. Because a lot of y'all thought Shedeur was going to be gone in the top 10. John says these picks meant to keep QB off the field. Not really. You got a good defense. Your quarterback's going to see the field. But I've always argued that getting a defense is a huge help to your quarterback. There's no better way to win in football with a mediocre quarterback than to get a good defense. You look at all the great teams that had bad quarterbacks, usually ass-kicking defenses behind them. Max Nilakenko says, will the Browns move back into the second round? I don't expect it. Yeah, I don't expect it. Cowboys win Ezeriku here. That's a really good pick. He's going to be a good player. B Great says, I feel bad for JLK. I want a tight end and a safety. But then again, Flacco seems to unlock David Njoku. It's also a deep year for tight end. J Inc. says they must be high on Tillman. The next picks are on O-line or maybe tight end. I think the time to go O-line has passed, to be honest with you.
This guy can do it, and he can do it, Joel, with a variety of pass rush moves. You see the spin move here. He has a great feel instinct-wise of where guys are playing him, how they set him, and he can adjust. There's a lot of early wins there as he joins this Dallas Cowboys.
That's a nice little pick.
Going to Boston College, 22nd.
Do the Browns ever even draft the QB at this point? It's not a guarantee. It's really not a guarantee. They could go without quarterback. You know, we'll see what happens. Right now, we're midway through the fourth. I'm waiting till Las Vegas selects to do my video on Schwesinger and then separately another one on Quincy. Damn. Who sent that to me on Twitter? There'll be an article saying that Judkins was born the same day LeBron made his NBA debut.
with Ezeraku and Abdul Carter.
That made me feel old. Happy for my man TJ Sanders to the Bills. Went to school together and watched him throughout his Gamecock career as a defensive tackle. Yeah, hope he has a good career. Do I believe Carson would have still been on the board if we didn't draft him? I have no clue who would have been on the board, man. And I think that's the thing you got to accept. You don't know how the board's going to fall. So trading back because you think you know how the board's going to fall, that's a dangerous decision, right? Unless it's like you're moving back a couple of spots and you like 5 guys. If you like more guys than spots, you're moving back, right? The Browns mentioned that they like 7 guys at 2 and they moved back 3 spots. So they knew they were going to get somebody they like. Swess, he could have gone early, right? Like maybe the Browns weren't the only team that were high on him. Like it's hard to project this kind of stuff. I thought Milroe would be gone by now. I thought Shador would have been gone by now. I thought Emawari wouldn't have made it to the second round. So like, who knows how the board falls and who goes where? What the Browns did know is that was the last linebacker they had a day 2 grade on, and maybe that pushed them to just draft them. JT just went to the Colts, so they don't go quarterback here. JT is like an interesting player because his freshman year, he looked like a top 10 pick, but every year since, he's just dropped lower and lower. Milroe as a backup to Flacco on short downs. He can run or throw in these moments where Flacco can be the Browns. Where Flacco can't. Okay, it just got too small there on the screen. I'm trying to pull it up. Yeah, Mike Green is still there, and a lot of people didn't think that would happen. Milroe is the backup to Flacco on short downs. He can run or throw in those moments where Flacco can't. The favorite Browns channel for years. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you, Dylan. Beers and Browns, or Browns and Beers, says, did Shador and Mike Green interview together like Will Ferrell and John C. Reilly and Step Brothers? The Green slide is almost more confusing. That slide is not confusing. Mike Green has a domestic violence case, I believe. That is why he is slid. I think a combination of him being overvalued, because I think people are way higher on him than necessary. And then I believe he has a DV case. No, my bad. Sexual assault allegations. He has sexual assault allegations. That's what Mike Green got on him. Not domestic violence, sexual assault. He denies them, but there's 2 allegations of sexual assault on Mike Green's name. That's why he's falling. That one's not mysterious. Young Yogi says they're reaching, should have traded up for Jihad. I don't think Schwesinger's a reach, but I would have loved Jihad Campbell. I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I would have been fine with the trade up for Jihad, but I'm not going to sit here and call Swess a reach. Doesn't seem like that's the consensus. We'll see what he turns into, man. Ray Rag says Will Johnson's knee has to be really bad for this slide. Yeah, that knee has to have no cartilage. Yeah, and it might be one of those things where the more he slides, the worse people think it is, and it's getting to a point to where it's more of a concern than it actually is. But yeah, it's just not helping. Yeah, so I think some of these slides are more understandable than others. But yeah, Will Johnson, man, like, I mean, that was somebody we talked about maybe drafting in the top 10 during the season. It's surprising. Just that knee has to be awful. So the Browns already sent out their assistants to talk, so they're not trading back into the second. All right, just waiting for this Las Vegas pick to come in. Okay, they said it's a long-term concern with his knee.
Secondly, I want to send a huge shout out to my son, Mikhail. It's his birthday today. He's a draft baby. Let's go. Let's get into this pick. With the 46th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Terrence Ferguson, tight end, Oregon University.
I saw him play
It might be the run on tight end here. T. Ferg, athletic guy,
which is ideal. And this is
smooth player too. Like that was what I noticed about him at Oregon. Just a really smooth athlete.
defenders. That almost 6'6" frame plays well in the red zone. Matthew Stafford is going to enjoy targeting him. And someone who had, along with Mason Taylor and Fannin, who I think will go before too long, all those tight ends had excellent weeks in the Senior Bowl. CD, he was a coach.
All right, it might be the run on tight end here.
70% of his catches.
Arizona's picks already in.
Enjoy it. He's not going to see a whole lot of attention with those guys. Those two settled the number thing so easily, too. Devontae gets his number.
Here's the latest Cardinals pick from Arizona, not the Vatican.
No white smoke yet, Rich.
What's up, Green Bay?
He squared.
With the 47th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Will Johnson, defensive back, Michigan.
Will Johnson off the board finally.
Will Johnson having Patrick Peterson read out his name. A small consolation for having a very long wait. But
Wow, fell from top 10 to 47.
This is an injury slide because if healthy, DJ
Jay, this guy was going to be my 16th player. Yeah, exactly, and he probably at a position like corner would have gone higher than that because it's always a position of need. Great instincts. He's tough on the edge. He's long. He reminds me of Patrick Surtain in that respect. He's played since day one at Michigan, and again, he just had a hard time getting on the field. When I saw him play against the elite players like Marvin Harrison, he would win those battles on the outside. He's a terrific player. He battled turf toe. Then he's got a neat condition.
All right.
Everybody was scared.
See what Vegas does here.
So there you go. Great value in the second. Sam Platt, my 11-year-old son, who's a Cardinal fan. You love this pick, and congratulations to you, sir.
Yeah, he's fired up. Not only the ball skills, how about the length, which you can use at the line of scrimmage.
The Texans traded up. All right, so the Raiders are not interested in taking a quarterback. I think they're out on quarterback, man.
He could drive a big pick six here against USC. This is a Cardinals team that doesn't play a ton of man, 23rd in the league. He's going to be in a perfect scheme fit for his skill set.
So the Vegas Raiders started at 37th overall. They moved in.
Quincy, do you think Shador or Jalen Milroe will get drafted? Of course they're going to get drafted, guys. Of course they're going to get drafted.
The 99th overall pick in the draft.
All right, so I don't got to wait for this pick anymore. Cincinnati's up next. All right, let's talk about him. All right, if you're watching this video, the Cleveland Browns have selected Carson Schwesinger out of UCLA. Now, this is not a pick I think a lot of people anticipated. One, the Browns aren't really a team that feels like they value linebacker too highly, even though this kind of puts the evidence in an overwhelmingly different category because they drafted JOK in the second round. Now they go Carson Schwesinger. Maybe the Browns aren't the slaves to positional value that some of us thought they were a couple of years ago. But they take Schwes here, 33 overall. He's the consensus number 2 linebacker in this class behind Jihad Campbell. There are a couple of arguments to be made here before we get to the evaluation of Carson Schwesinger, which, look, I'm not going to act like I've watched a ton of Carson Schwesinger tape. I will as the weeks go on to evaluate this, but from what I hear from the people who do watch tape regularly, they like the pick. I've got multiple people to reach out to me to say, hey, they love this pick here for the Cleveland Browns. They love Schwesinger for the Cleveland Browns. But nonetheless, one of the arguments that I'm partial to is, okay, if you really felt like linebacker was that big of a need, then you should have considered moving up to 30 to get Jihad Campbell, because even if Schwes is number 2, and I think a lot of people consensus Schwes second round grade, number 2 linebacker, I think Jihad probably had a higher grade than most on that board, and a lot of people like him a lot more, including myself. I would have been doing backflips if they would have traded back in to get Jihad Campbell. With Schwesinger, I understand why they did it. I understand what the thinking is. And it does bring up some larger questions about some other players on this team. But waiting to do it to 33, always going to be that question, depending on how Jihad Campbell's career goes, if you should have been more aggressive at the position and pursued him. I think that's a fair argument to have, and only time's going to tell what the answer is going to be here. But let's not mistake that with Carson Schwesinger is like not good. Apparently he's pretty good. Everybody who was in my chat that watched UCLA football tells me this guy's a beast. I have not. Again, UCLA was not a very relevant team in the college football picture last year, so I didn't get to watch them a ton. And everybody I know, all the film nerds I know, I've reached out to give me good reports back on him. Last year had 18 pressures at UCLA, 4 sacks, 11 hurries, and 2 quarterback hits. He also had 100 tackles, only 11 missed tackles, so a missed tackle percentage of 7.6. Had about 50 stops last year, which is pretty impressive. A frame of 6'2", 225, so a bigger body there at linebacker. I believe JOK was like 6 foot, 225, so bigger body, bigger frame. He can add some more weight. I think that's going to be important when it comes to run stopping in the future. Was a pretty well-balanced linebacker as well. His best grade in Pro Football Focus was pass rushing, but he has a really solid coverage grade, really solid tackle grade, really solid run defense grade. So from everything that I can gather about Carson Schwesinger, he is not a reach at 33, a second-round grade, and undoubtedly the second-best linebacker prospect in this class, according to most people. And if linebackers are need, then, you know, you go ahead and you take it because there is a dip between him and the rest of the linebackers in this class. Here's the thing why I think Schwesinger took some of us off guard. This does not spell good things for JOK. Like, we just got to be real about it. I have been on the more optimistic side with Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah, but them taking Carson Schwesinger, which is just such a cool name, by the way. Can we just revel in that? That's going to look really cool on the back of a jersey. And if he's good, Schwesinger, like, that's going to be fun to say. Anyways. It's like, it just sounds like a linebacker name, but let me stop letting the ADD win. ADHD win, my bad. With Schwesinger, it brings up the question of JOK, and here's the real. I don't think they make this pick if they feel great about JOK. When I had Tyvis on the show earlier this week, and Tyvis is in the building in Berea, right? Like, people don't know this, but Tyvis has a working relationship with the Cleveland Browns, especially the radio network. So he's not uninformed. And when I talk to Tyvis, and this is just his opinion, I'm not saying he knows anything we don't know, but this is just his opinion. He expressed to me that he thinks JOK's career's over. That shocked me. I wasn't expecting Tyvis to drop that one on me, right? But that's what Tyvis said. He thinks JOK's career's done. And when I talked to him about it, it was more or less a question of medical liability. And it's like, yes, technically, JOK could get cleared. It could be a situation where he could get cleared. But is any doctor willing to clear him given what the blowback could be if JOK has a bad reaction in his return to football? Think of situations like in pro wrestling with Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryan, or with Adam Copeland's Edge for most of you, where these guys' careers were just halted in the middle of their prime for like 10 years because they couldn't get cleared from a neck injury. This feels like the final nail in the coffin for me, right? I have admittedly been optimistic about JOK, and maybe I was overly optimistic, but this is the one that makes me go, it looks bad. And it wasn't always looking great, but it might be one of those things where he's running up against a log jam, and that log jam is he can't get medically cleared from whatever doctors need to clear him. Now, the good news is that Edge did come back to wrestling. Bryan Danielson did come back to wrestling. They're wrestling right now, to this day. Bryan Danielson's kind of retired, but he still wrestles. So these guys did make a recovery and then come back to a very physical sport. And that might be the case for JOK. But what the Browns might have decided is, hey, it might happen 2-3 years from now. Who knows what he's going to look like when he comes back? Like, we just can't count on him anymore. And I think that's what this pick says. We can't count on JOK anymore. We need somebody else to be the future there at the middle linebacker position, because otherwise it makes no sense to draft a linebacker this early when you just signed one of your linebackers to a contract extension. So that's not a good sign about JOK. It's really not. When you look at the history of neck injuries, and I know it's pro wrestling, but these were real neck injuries, right? That's the reason I bring up the wrestling injuries, because these were real neck injuries these guys got that kept them out And those are the only real examples I can think of because this isn't very common in football. And you look at all of that, it doesn't make you feel great, especially given what that situation is. So hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully JOK surprises us and he's back better than ever. And you pair Schwesinger with JOK. But this kind of has a bittersweet tone to it for me because I love JOK. JOK is one of my favorite players. He's one of the first players that I highlighted on this channel and said, I want the Browns to draft him. And the Browns drafted and worked out, and he was fantastic for the team. But, you know, is what it is, right? That's the nature of football. It's a violent sport. Hopefully he's okay. Now back to Schwesinger. The reason I feel good about this pick is the Browns have the infrastructure to develop linebackers. They have done a great job with this. Jason Tarver has been an excellent linebacker coach for this team. He helped turn Devin Bush serviceable. I think Ray Rags in my chat had mentioned that he had made Reggie Ragland serviceable at a point, right? So Jason Tarver knows what he's doing with these linebackers. He knows what he's looking for in his defense for these linebackers, and he knows what works in his defense. So if Jason Tarver is behind this pick, then I'm behind this pick because he knows what the hell he's doing at that position. And he should, in my opinion, he should be one of the most well-respected position coaches in football because of the body of work that he's put out. He's been really, really good for this football team. So one, that makes me feel great about Carson Schwesinger. And two, the other thing that makes me feel great about drafting a linebacker in general is the Browns' investment on the interior of the defensive line. Nothing makes a linebacker's life harder than having a bad interior defensive line in front of you, right? Because so much of what linebackers are asked to do are gap fill and get into small holes created by these defensive tackles and everything else. So what you really need for a linebacker to be successful and move around and be an impact player is you need a solid interior. The Browns have invested heavily on that defensive line, have given all the money in the world to Myles Garrett to continue to play here. You have given a second-round pick on Mike Hall and then a first-round pick for Mason Graham. So you have invested heavily on that defensive line. You got a bunch of guys who can rotate in and out, and that's going to help your linebackers be free and allow them to make some plays here. Schwesinger seems like a pretty all-round playmaker. I'm going to bring in some folks who are more familiar with his game than I am to talk about him, and I'm going to get more familiar with his game. But that's the pick there for the Cleveland Browns. Carson Schwesinger, a name that you might not be familiar with, but maybe familiarize yourself with them. You might find out that this is a player you really like that the Browns took here. And look, Browns are a great place for a linebacker to go. Good defensive tackles, good secondary, and really good coaching at the linebacker position. So I wouldn't bet against the linebacker in this defense with this coaching staff, especially with Jason Tarver behind him. So my thoughts on Carson Schwesinger. Peace. Okay. So the Browns took a running back in the second round. That running back is Quincy Judkins. He went before Travion Henderson. There's a lot here. There's some poetic stuff. There's some things to actually break down. It is interesting that the Browns had 2 second-round picks, one being the first pick of the second round and the other one being like about 5 picks later. And with the first one, they go Carson Schwesinger. With the second one, they go running back. Last time the Browns picked a running back with their second-round pick, it turned out pretty good. Guy by the name of Nicholas Chubb ended up being a really good football player. So hopefully we get that same fortune here with Quincy Judkins, who I do like a lot as a player. There are some questions about his long speed and his explosion and vision as compared to Travion, but I think these two were closer than a lot of people gave him credit for. It's more of a difference of how you feel about the style of running back that you want, right? Do you want somebody who's explosive and can hit a home run and break it off for 80, 90, maybe even a touchdown? That's Travion. Do you want a running back who can put his head down and move people? That's Quincy. My comp for him is Kareem Hunt. I think when you watch Quincy Judkins, it's a lot like watching Kareem Hunt. You know, not the most visual heavy running back, but boy, does he hit people, right? And if you are a person who really, really likes running backs who move bodies, move piles, are good in a short yardage situation, you're going to like Quincy Judkins. I like this pick. I think it makes a lot of sense, especially if you're bringing back Nick Chubb. I know a lot of people think taking Quincy here means no more Nick Chubb. You're not going to go Nick Chubb here, bring back Nick Chubb. But I don't think that's the case. If I compliment Kareem Hunt, we know just how well that skill set that Quincy has with what Nick Chubb has can work out together. Quincy is a short yardage guy. I think that's important to have right now because you don't have a short yardage guy on the roster. I think it's the main thing that Browns rushing game was missing last year, right? When the Browns needed to just get 3-4 yards on first down, they had nobody they could hand the ball off to and reliably get that out of. We know that's not Jerome Ford's game. Jerome Ford is a home run hitter, but he's not a let me put my head down and try to get 2-3 yards here kind of running back. He's awful at that. Nick Chubb has never been strong at that kind of stuff either, right? He's a downhill, wide zone, left-right runner, not necessarily up the middle. When he's successful up the middle, it's usually through a cutback lane. So we know Nick Chubb's not going to be that. Pierre Strong's not that at all. He has no contact balance. And then you go back even further and you look at like Devontae Smith? Am I tripping? Devonta Foreman, right? Was not able to provide that, even though that's what he was brought here to do. So Quincy fills that role, right? He will be the first down running back. He will be asked to move bodies on the line of scrimmage, even if things aren't there. Really big physical runner. You saw it in the national championship game too. This guy has a nose for the end zone. So for anybody worried about how the Browns are going to pick up points, Quincy of the two running backs, that was the guy who had the nose for the end zone at Ohio State. It became unstoppable to tackle close to the end zone at Ohio State. So this is somebody who could fulfill a lot of the roles that Kareem Hunt had. And be a end zone sniffer for you, somebody who can finish drives, which is another thing the Browns failed to do last year. They failed to do a lot, but finishing drives was one of those things that they failed to do. Quincy Judkins is the type of is the type of running back that can help you finish drives. Now, here's the interesting thing with Quincy, right? Everything I said about him is based on what we've seen on his tape. But then he goes to the combine and he runs a faster 40 than Travion Henderson with a faster 10-yard split. I believe a higher vertical jump and a better broad jump at 6 foot, 220 pounds when I think Travion was doing all of that at like 6 foot, 200. So a good chunk heavier than Travion. And he's running faster. He's more explosive. So it makes you ask the question, okay, was the lack of long speed that we saw in a Notre Dame game where he breaks off a 70-yard run and he gets ran down by one of Notre Dame's safeties, was that him playing with the injury or playing through an injury in what was a very long college football season last year? Or is that what he is speed-wise? The combine numbers would suggest he's much faster than we think. Now, there's a difference between game speed and combine speed, and I wonder if Quincy's game speed hits those same highs that his combine speed hit. But his testing seems to suggest that he could have similar upside to Travion Henderson. All in all, if you ask me, I like Quincy Judkins. I like the pick here. You get a big, physical running back. I thought of the two, Travion would be elite as a change of pace guy. I think Quincy could be a every down running back in the NFL. Big physical guy, good athlete, fine enough catcher of the football and route runner to get away with running some routes in the NFL. I think he's going to be useful. Now, let's bring this to the conversation of what this means for Nick Chubb. I don't think this means bad things for Nick Chubb. We'll see what happens, right? Last I've heard from, what's been out there, the Browns and Nick Chubb could come to something by the end of the draft or after the draft. We'll see what happens. We'll see how many running backs the Cleveland Browns take, but I don't think taking one keeps them out of Nick Chubb. I think this is more of a pick for the future. But, yeah, I think Chubb can come back. How long Chubb stays? Probably not long, right? Nick Chubb's probably, his future is very short term in Cleveland, right? Maybe this year, maybe a year after, but they're clearly moving forward in a different direction at the running back position. And I think that's fair. And Nick Chubb's getting to that age, and the injury seems to have accelerated things. But I do hope they bring back Nick Chubb and let him run out whatever part of his career is left here in Cleveland, because I think he just deserves that, and we owe that to him. But Quincy, I don't think means that you don't bring back Nick Chubb. Meanwhile, like something like Schwesinger, that does mean that you're giving up on JOK, or at least giving up the ideal of relying on him. But I like him, right? Especially if you watch how he ran in the playoffs. We all talk about the Will Howard playoff run, right? And Will Howard was amazing in the playoffs, and I think he deserves a lot of credit for how he played in the playoffs. But Quincy was elevating his game right up there with him, right? I thought he was running the hardest of the two running backs, not to say that Travion wasn't. And I could see where the fit is immediately for Quincy in this offense. Good eyes. He's not super great in space, but he's just super physical, and I think that's what the Browns wanted, just a real physical run game. Maybe this means they haven't given up on Jerome Ford yet, too. Maybe we'll see what they do with the rest of the draft. But maybe a pick like this, which is more of a compliment to what Jerome and Nick Chubb bring to the table, means that they still value Jerome Ford here, because I thought if they were out on Jerome Ford, they definitely would have gone Travion Henderson. But maybe this means that they're out on Jerome. Well, maybe this means they're not out on Jerome. They want Jerome to eventually still be that 1-2 punch for him. We'll see what they do with the rest of this draft. But yeah, Judkins is good. Judkins is good. I like him as a pick. We'll see how he looks. We'll see how he plays. We'll see what they put in this room with him. I think that's also going to be important, right? We only got one piece to this picture. But a 6 foot, 220-pound running back who runs really hard, has a nose for the end zone, and can move bodies. I like it. I like it. I like it. Some people may not love that they went with him over Travion, but I remember a time where Sony Michel was seen as the more explosive, higher upside running back to the pure running back Nick Chubb. And we see how that ended up, right? Not going to count out Quid. He ran good at the combine. Athletically tested really well. Has an athleticism score on the NFL website of 92. Production score 74. Split carries last year at Ohio State. And played a different role. Was still very productive in that role. And if you go back, watch him at Ole Miss, very different role for him. He was super productive at Ole Miss. This guy's an athlete. This guy's a beast. And you added him to your running back room. And that's going to be a huge boost for your offense if this pick works out. Let me know what y'all think. All right. Did we miss anything interesting? We're back.
Would have been long gone by now. He's a first-round talent on tape. The plan, the drive, everything he does is very efficient.
Yeah, Quid definitely needs a good offensive line, though.
He can locate the ball, make plays down the field. He's going to fit in perfectly with the style of defense they have in Tampa, the big-time burst. He's very smart and incredibly high character as well.
Can you tell the Packers are in the front?
I hope I'm wrong about the whole JOK thing, man. I love JOK. He's my favorite. He's one of my favorite guys. Yeah. I hope I'm dead wrong. I don't feel like I am, though. Super Chat Q, who do you like at 67? I got to get a good look at the board. I haven't been paying attention because I had to record those videos. But Brandon, I'll get an answer to you in just a minute.
Some interesting different skill sets amongst that group of players. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I thought they might go in that direction. Skills no longer there.
Okay, so the fans are all fired up. And looks like a Packers legend, if you will, signing here.
I was going to say, I thought I was imagining that music being played. They got it.
Make some noise. We have some special guests up here to help make the Green Bay Packers choice. So give it up for Packers legend Jordy Nelson.
Jordy Nelson.
What's up, Packer country?
K-State's focus.
Thanks, Commissioner. I also want to introduce Kenya and Marcellus from the Boys and Girls Club in Green Bay. We're recognizing incredible youth like them as part of an Inspire Change initiative.
Ozzy Trapullo. That the pick?
Advocate for issues important and become future leaders. Let's have these help me announce the pick.
With the 54th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft,
The Green Bay Packers select
Anthony Belton, tackle, North Carolina State.
Yeah, it's not a terrible pick.
Right away. He's got a good chance. I would think a left tackle in good shape was Zach Thomas, right tackle. But 6'6", 336 pounds.
Why are they playing black and yellow? Or is this like a remix to black and yellow that they made for the Green Bay Packers? Green and yellow? Is that what they doing? Is that what they doing out there in Wisconsin? Yeah, Shador might be there. Who thought that? Now look, I had a Shador slide. I guessed the Shador slide. I did not guess that he would make it to round 3, man. Round 3 is kind of crazy. Anthony Belton was fun at the Senior Bowl, man. Oh, is the Lil Wayne remix? I'm telling you, I must be from the parallel universe where Lil Wayne wasn't a Green Bay Packer fan, because I don't remember none of this shit, man. I don't remember him ever being a Green Bay Packer fan. This feel Bernstein Bears to me, dog. Like, this is crazy. What drought was this on? Was this on the car? What was this on? No ceilings? Like what was this on? Okay, y'all sound Guardian, man. You know what you just said? You said I bet Deion told the whole league not to draft him. I don't think that's true.
With the 55th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Trey Harris, wide receiver, Mississippi.
They got a receiver who can win in man coverage and an excellent route runner and outstanding hands. Drops have been a little bit of an issue for this Chargers team. Now you get Trey Harris, who can win on the outside. He can get on top. You see his ability to separate right there, track the ball naturally. Big plays outside. And if you want to put him inside, he's versatile to be able to do that.
I think he has one of the worst contested catch grades I've ever seen.
What got me most excited in this big physical body that he possesses. Josh Palmer's gone.
Well, Trey Harris just went, buddy.
Much needed second.
They just got another Harris to add to their offense. They drafted O'Marion Hampton to go along with former Steeler Najee Harris. And there's the TD McConkey for Justin Herbert and a celebratory moment. El Segundo, California. Chargers on offense twice. Start off the draft. The Bears' latest pick, WWE superstar. Seth Rollins, fresh off of taking down Roman Reigns.
Seth Rollins is announcing the Bears pick. What is going on? What is going on? Okay, I get it. Lil Wayne's been a Packers fan. I missed this whole fucking era. I understand. I am not debating that. I'm just saying I missed it. I don't know where this was happening. I missed it. I don't know how I missed it, but I definitely missed this era. I was unaware of it. Can we take Milrow at 67? Anything's possible at 67, man. Anything's possible. It could be Shador. It could be Milrow. It could be Will Howard. It could be nobody, dog. Anything is possible at this point. At 67, I wouldn't rule out anything, man. I wouldn't rule out anything. They could also just draft somebody you'd never heard of. Are they going to let Seth Rollins do his entrance music? That shit's kind of cool. Oh, man, I don't watch Undisputed. This is how y'all know about it from Undisputed. I don't watch any Skip Bayless TV that I don't got to. I don't watch First Take. I don't watch Undisputed. I don't watch none of that shit. If that's where this was happening, that's why I don't know about it. I'm not watching any of that. What? That's why I don't know about this Lil Wayne thing. Yeah, I don't watch debate shows, man. Not my cup of tea. I'm good. Especially Skip Bayless debate shows. Like, why would I torture myself on purpose? I'm like one of the least talented dudes in all of sports talk. All right, we've gotten to the portion of the draft where Browns fans get bored and start arguing about Baker Mayfield. Clap it up for everybody in chat. Clap it up for everybody in chat. We are already arguing about Baker Mayfield. Come on, clap it up, chat. Yeah. Yeah, I thought we was going to have to wait till Saturday so chat got bored enough to argue about Baker Mayfield. What variety of the argument are you guys having? This is a staple. This is a staple. You can't have 2,000 Browns fans kicking it here and then expect chat not to argue about Baker Mayfield. It's as American as apple pie. Oh, shit. Clap it up for chat, man. Proud of y'all. I'm proud y'all didn't do this during round one. You know, y'all waited until day two. Almost got to round three before y'all was arguing about Baker Mayfield. Ray Rag says, apparently Judkins couldn't answer the phone when AB called because he was getting lemonade. LOL, his mom picked up the phone. That's a hilarious antidote. Like, I don't know if that's going to be concerning, though. Like, Oh Lord, we argue about Baker Mayfield. Hey, one day we gonna be able to stream a whole like 3 hours and not bring up Baker Mayfield. That day is not today. Oh Lord. I think I'm gonna be dealing with this for the next 20 years. People arguing about Baker Mayfield. Maybe if the Browns like get a quarterback next year and that guy's amazing, maybe we don't do it, but I doubt it. I doubt it. Is he? How do you not let him come out to his entrance music? How do you have Seth Rollins come out and he doesn't come out to the entrance music?
You got, come on, you can be louder than that. I know y'all mad because championship goal looks good on the blue and orange. But in all seriousness, Green Bay, we are in the shadow of Lambeau Field. And I love Lambeau Field because the king of the North, the best quarterback in the NFC North, Caleb Williams, is undefeated at Lambeau Field.
Pat McAfee, I blame you for this shit. Every time a pick takes 10 minutes to get announced, I blame Pat fucking McAfee. He went out there, announced Bobby Okereke one time, ruined this for everybody.
Tell you that the 56th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the greatest franchise in the NFL, the Chicago
Hey Q, apparently the Browns reopened talk with Chubb to maybe come back. And press conference said they just likened him. Nothing to do with JOK apparently. I don't buy it, man. I don't buy it at all. We'll see. I hope they're wrong. I hope I'm wrong.
Seth Rollins turned this place inside out.
Second round. Now they go Carson Schwesinger. Maybe the Browns aren't the slaves to positional value that some.
Rob Havenstein was someone he reminded me of who's a plug and play right tackle. He's a little bit tight hipped, but someone who can lock out and control guys as a rusher. When he sees that rush, he's able to lock him out with his length and able to control them. The bend is not elite CD, but someone who does stay off the ground. He has really good balance. It's hard to find guys that don't necessarily bend well, that have balance. He's unique in that regard.
And he has played some left tackle at Boston College, so it's interesting him going to Chicago with Darnell Wright holding down the right tackle there already. Interesting to see what they decide to do with him. I'm reminded in the Japan Bowl that I played in at the end of my season.
Now they play his entrance music.
With Steve, who played in the NFL as well. Unfortunately, lost him much too soon.
Yeah, that was tragic. Ozzie, very disciplined. 0 penalties and 770 snaps. You know, so the guy is a disciplined football player.
How's that posture?
Looks great.
Here in Green Bay.
Hey, you think Las Vegas finally picks here?
We are honored to have with us the surviving family members of the United States Army Specialist, Christopher Kuby.
That had to be an error, right? They were supposed to play the Seth Rollins music when Seth Rollins walked out, and they played the wrong song.
Christopher killed in an IED explosion in July 2007 at age 18. Specialist Kuby's service was marked by numerous awards and decorations, including the Bronze Star Medal and the Purple Heart. Christopher grew up in Michigan and was a lifelong fan of the Lions, passionately cheering his home team whenever he could. We honor him and thank his family and TAPS, the Tragedy Assistance Program for Survivors, which offers care to those grieving the loss of a military loved one. And now, I'm going to turn it over to John and David, who will announce in honor of their brother and son.
Thank you for doing this, or else I'd have to be watching ESPN. Appreciate you, Victor. All right, who did Lions go here? I wonder if they get like Lathan Ransom, get a real ass kicker.
Thank you so much. And here we go. The Denver Broncos have traded the 57th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 57th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select
Tate Bratridge, guard from Georgia.
They went Tate. That's such a Lions pick right there. Good Lord. That is they got an ass kicker there. He's a little older, but they got an ass kicker.
That he played through, but at 6'6.5", 308 pounds. I was surprised about how well he tested. He got healthy in the spring, and once that happened,
Super chat here from Legit Savage says, I saw a meme saying that Shador went into those NFL meetings like Radon Randall in Blue Mountain State. If I was familiar with Blue Mountain State, I'd be cracking up right now. I just don't know. I didn't watch Blue Mountain State.
He might be giving the turkey leg. My man can help supply the turkey for Thanksgiving every year in Detroit, so to me that's a value pick. Yeah. Is that one for him and one for everyone else?
All right, Las Vegas on the clock here. Picks in. Las Vegas finally picked.
No question. Big Dan to go out hunting with him.
That is a Detroit Lions pick if you've ever heard one. So, the Raiders. So Raiders. First pick of the night. Raiders. Time for Steve Wisniewski to read it.
You're going to draft like a corner.
NFL fans here in Green Bay, are you having some fun tonight? And I get the privilege of representing some other amazing fans, that being Raider Nation. I was blessed to play 13 years with the Silver and Black, and the man that used to always make this pick is a Raider legend and NFL Hall of Famer, Willie Brown. And I want to give a shout out to Willie Brown. His tradition in this place was he wanted to give a heartfelt appreciation and thanks to all the mothers of the NFL community. It's 2 weeks till Mother's Day, and he always wished them an early Happy Mother's Day. If you're a fan of the NFL, if you're a player in the NFL, if you're a coach in the NFL, you likely had a very supportive, encouraging mom or mom figure that sacrificed to make that dream possible. Tonight, we have a dream being made.
Shout out to all the moms in chat, y'all. We got moms in chat. Let's clap it up for the moms in chat, y'all. Look, come on, clap it up. Show some love to the moms in chat.
Vegas. Now, this dude is incredible.
Jack Beck. He's good.
So we'll get to the personal story here in a second.
Great story, too. But he's good.
We should actually probably lead with the personal story. He's going to be a motion that's coming through. Go ahead. Give it to you. Remember, he had his brother Tiger Beck. Princeton football player, terrific all-Ivy League player. Gave his life saving someone on the New Year's Day attack in New Orleans. Trying to get people out of the way of that car hurtling down. Gave his life for others. And then Jack Beck played in the Senior Bowl a month later to the day. They caught the game-winning touchdown pass with 7 seconds on the clock, which was his brother's.
And it's not just a good story, bro. His brother was balling.
In honor of his brother. TCU. DJ, you can talk about the football now. but the emotions that have to be flowing with his family as he continues to play and carry Tiger with him, it's going to be some story.
At the end of that Senior Bowl, as a family, they just hugged and sobbed on the field.
Got a super chat. Hey, Q, really appreciate your dedication to your craft and the way you keep us informed. Recognize it's tough to keep up with the Cavs and doing a live draft coverage. Thanks for everything as well. Appreciate you, R-Mac, man. Appreciate you. Let me...
He'll tell you, he will not be tackled by the first guy. They might get me down, but he's going to have to bring a friend with him to do it. Here's that game winner, Senior Bowl. That got off a great combat catches, DJ. That's one of the things you pointed out with him. He'll work in the middle of the field. They love him. Ashton Jensen might be the toughest runner in this draft. He might be the toughest wide receiver in this draft. They got tougher in Vegas.
And one last thing, at one point he was at LSU. And on the roster with him at LSU was Brian Thomas Jr. and Malik Neighbors. Who led him in catches that season? Jack Bench.
Well, that says it all.
All right. So I think that pretty much confirms it. Browns are very likely to have a chance to get Shedeur Sanders or Jalen Milroe there at 67. I think third round's a completely different conversation now for one of those guys. Will Howard is in that convo as well. They could just stick to their board, go tight end here, but I think this is enough of a fall that you can anticipate maybe a board breaker. Because I don't think anybody had Shedeur dropping this far. Yeah, at this point, I wouldn't be upset at any quarterback they took. I mean, third round makes a ton of sense. Even if you're going to take a quarterback next year, it makes sense. Second round pick 33 didn't really like the first round, the second round picks didn't, but now you're sitting at 67. It might make sense. David says, hey, Q, have followed you for years now. You think the Browns go QB? If so, who would you like more? Probably it's a toss-up, man. It's a toss-up because we're talking around 3. If you're just going to throw a guy out there and see if he sinks or slims instead of treating him like a project, then Shedeur. But if you're willing to work out a project and maybe Milroe, it's a third-round pick. So, I mean, hell, you could draft them both if you really wanted to. Another super chat here. Kevin Allison, Quincy, love the channel. You're my go-to for Browns information. Haven't followed this draft very close. My question is, what happened to Sanders? I would prefer Milroe for sure. I don't think anything happened to Sanders. I think he rubbed the league the wrong way. And this is what happens when you rub the league the wrong way in the pre-draft process. Like this is how it goes. You know, look, when people are out here talking like Deion and Shedeur had more power than the NFL when it came to where he gets drafted, that's a bad game to play because the NFL will humble you. It's such a brutal institution, man. It will humble you. They have so much power, and they're willing to exercise it, and they're willing to be petty. And I think this is an example of them exercising that power over Shedeur and sending a message to him. That, you know, you don't do this. You don't act like this Whether they're right or wrong on that, that's a different debate, but that's what they're doing. Jay Ink says they invited Milroe for this. I'd be pissed. Yeah, like for them to invite Milroe to the draft and him to fall all the way to the third round is kind of crazy. Like, what info were you going off of? Same thing with like Will Johnson. Didn't they invite him to the combine too? This is the last time I ever used invited to the combine as a reliable metric. Another super chat here from Reggie the Glove, Reggie the Bug Glove, Reggie Bug Glover. How broken would you say the board is if Sanders drops to Mr. Irrelevant? I think it would be ironic, personally. Yeah, no, I'm not. It's not going to go that far. It's not going to go that far. It's not going to get past Pittsburgh. Don't need Sanders. Give me Milroe. I mean, either one is fine here if you want to do it. But if they don't want to go quarterback, I wouldn't be shocked either. It could be anything here, man. That third round pick, they could do anything with that. I would be open to a lot of different things happening.
Second round picks on backup quarterback. So what you're saying is the Kenny Pickett draft where he went one. We were talking about Desmond Ritter and Malik Willis, Sam Howell, all those guys.
What do you think if Will Howard goes before Sanders? I like Will Howard, but I think that's a bit much. I think that's a bit high if Sanders is still there. They're basically similar type players, and I think Sanders better.
That's not all you're getting.
Like the personality concerns must be outrageous if Will Howard goes over Sanders. Wow, they go Mike Green. The team that has Justin Tucker just drafted Mike Green. Now, the way people talked about the Browns for the last couple of years, I hope they save that same energy for the Baltimore Ravens. I'll just put it like that. Because, boy, would we have gotten hell if we took Mike Green. But y'all got Justin Tucker, still on the team, by the way. Mike Green, too? That's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. Be Nice says, give me Howard by name, fourth round. He might be there, and I think that'd be a good pick. We'll see. We'll see what happens with him. Broncos about to pick here.
We got another one into the College Football Hall of Fame. Now, with that said, with the 60th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select R.J. Harvey, running back, UCF.
Damn. I like RJ, but that's a small running back. The pair with another team that has a small running back in Jaleel McLaughlin. I don't know if I love that fit. This is Ray Rag says this is why people shouldn't think their favorite teams have the moral high ground over any other team. There's a person with the same kind of shit attached to them. We tried to make that point here in Cleveland.
He'll catch the football. In fact, his last year at UCF, Joel, added a little bit of weight to his frame, a little ballast to it. Never lost speed, continued to get better and produce. Remember, he's a transfer from Virginia back to UCF.
Darren Sproles, anybody? Yeah, exactly. And, highly productive, was a quarterback, went to Virginia.
Because you're pairing him with another small guy there in Jaleel. I like RJ a lot. So it said they did employ a murderer. Allegedly, Ray Lewis might have killed a guy. Allegedly. Don't get me sued because y'all acting crazy in chat. They went Trey Amos. All right, so we got Kansas City picking twice, the Giants, Philly, and then Chicago. There it is. All right, I'm about to join the guys on the OBR stream real quick. You're going to hear their audio. Got a super chat here from BC who says, hey, Q, which QB would you like at 67? Love from India. Big shout to India. Probably. Honestly, you could put Jalen Milroe and Shedeur Sanders on a coin at this point. Flip it. If you took one, I'd be fine with it. But if you took Harold Fainen or somebody like that, I'm not going to be mad at that either. CBS has switched their number one guy. I wouldn't say he's number one over Campbell. King Tut says, are you happy that we didn't trade down at 33 and 36? Yeah. Hey, look, I'm not going to play the whole could you have gotten this guy if you traded back game, because if you like the guy, take the guy. If you think the guy's worth the pick, take the guy. That's where I stand, right? If you think he's worth the pick, take the guy. Especially in the second, third, fourth round. You want to play that game in the top 10? Okay, but you want to play that game at 30, you don't know what these teams are valuing these guys at. It's just a crapshoot. So you just take the guy that you want. All right, I'm about to be joining the stream.
Shamar Turner actually had something inserted into his foot surgically during the draft process.
Thank you for clarifying.
I gotta get my headphones. Just thought about that. All right, I'm about to do an appearance on the OBR stream. So if you hear people, that's the guys from the OBR.
64, and then we'll turn things right around in the third round, and the New York Giants will pick at 65. The Chiefs back again at 66 after a trade they made earlier, and the Browns will pick at 67. So we're getting right up to the next. Cleveland Browns pick in round 3. While we have a minute, let's see here. I have got, in the background, there's a lot of people in the background. So why don't we get a guy we haven't seen on the draft show in the draft cave so far?
Here we go.
Right
Nice.
now, you know him from his show on Monday nights and from everything he does with the OBR and for the Browns. Quincy Carrier. Quincy, welcome on into the draft cave, buddy.
How you guys doing? This is a special event. We're simulcast. I got the audio of you guys going on my stream too. It's been eventful 2 days, huh? You know, hey, I think we all woke up Thursday morning thinking it might be simple. It might just be a normal, boring day at the draft. And by the time 5 o'clock hit, I was like, we might be living in a different world than the one we woke up in, right?
No doubt.
Yeah, it was definitely an event as the second round started and players got named that people were not thinking about for the Cleveland Browns. But, we navigated through it.
Yeah.
And now, we started to look at some positives, which has been nice. Jack, did I say a finger wag up there, buddy? Oh, well, hold on a minute.
The Chiefs select defensive tackle Omar Norman Lott.
Oh, that's such a good pick.
He sounds like some English lord that owns some land somewhere.
How would
Great
you
first
know?
step on him.
Absolutely.
What do you have against English people, Jack?
That's why he had no problems with the name.
A lot about the T. There's just too much T.
All right, thoughts on Omar Norman Lott as some defensive tackles continue to go off the board here, back to back there. I think Omar Norman Lott's a pretty darn good player out of Tennessee there.
Yeah, he's a first step pass rush kind of guy. I just kind of worry about him in run defense, but I mean it's late second, so you're gonna get a flaw there. But he does have a pretty high level trait,
The Chiefs, he's going to go into a nickel and dime role. He'll fit. I mean, that's going to be a nice little seamless transition for them, probably. So they lost somebody, right? They lost one of their nickel and dime guys who actually went for a little bit of money somewhere else. So he can come into that spot for them. And, it's what the Chiefs do. You need pass rush and late when you're a team like the Chiefs in all these games.
Nah, Travell Wharton's a big fatty. That's who they lost. They lost a big clogger.
Oh,
but Lott's going to come in and rush next to Chris Jones. I mean, they want more pressure with those guys.
Listen, Quincy, since it's the first time we've had you in,
yeah,
let's just get your kind of overall here in the draft cave. Starting with yesterday, the trade down, Mason Graham accumulating picks, getting a first rounder next year, and then obviously seeing what they did at the beginning of the second round here today, going with the linebacker and Quincy Judkins out of Ohio State. Just your overall thoughts on how the Browns have attacked this draft.
The trade back, right? I don't love that I have to be in this position to kind of bet against Travis Hunter. But the compensation is more than fair to move back a couple of spots. So if that's what you're going to do, at least you did that at a high level and got back a lot for that pick. And then you took Mason Graham, who he's not one of the, the two elite guys we were talking about before this draft, which is like Abdul and Travis. He's not one of those guys, but he's still up there as far as like rarity of prospect, how special he is and how good he can be for this Cleveland Browns football team. He's a hellraiser, right? And I've been pounding the table for this team to take a defensive tackle that can make a difference there, that can create some havoc and blow some plays up. That's what Mason Graham is. He's a guy who's going to stop, the guard from getting to the other side, or he's going to blow up a play because he crashes all the dominoes in the middle of a play, and you're not able to get it there, and the linebacker ends up blowing it up, getting the TFL. Like, that's what Mason Graham's going to do for you. That has a lot of value in a Jim Schwartz defense. And you look at Jim Schwartz's defenses, the ones that have achieved the most, they have had those dominant three techs in there, guys, difference makers on the defensive line in the interior. Mason Graham is their attempt to get that. Okay, not like doing backflips or anything. Didn't come in here wanting to trade back or anything. But if that's what you did, okay, cool. You got Jacksonville's first next year. They're the one team who lost to Deshaun Watson, like kind of pretty convincingly last year too. They lost to him. So like there's no guarantee they're going to be an amazing team next year. I know they're really excited right now, but There's no guarantee that translates into on the field success, and who knows what that pick could be for Cleveland. So you're gonna have to see what that is over the long term to really have a good judge on that. In the second round, I wasn't prepared for them to take a linebacker in round 2, but it doesn't mean that I mind it. I do wonder how different did they have Jihad Campbell and him ranked? Like, were they similar to them? Was Jihad below them? Were they looking for something different? Because he could have been had at like 30. He could have traded up, maybe given up a day 3 pick for that. They decided not to do that. They go with Carson there. So I imagine it's similar grades between those two. Everybody that I trust about the draft seems to like him. So, I'm going to have to take their word for it until I get a chance to watch a lot of UCLA tape. Quishon, I like Quid, right? I watch him. It's like watching Kareem Hunt. Just kind of he's one of those guys, rolls downhill, you shoot him out of shotgun, puts his head down, runs really hard, nose for the end zone kind of guy. There's going to be the controversy of taking him over Trey. I understand that. Trey's it's a lot more explosive on tape. They ran similar numbers at the combine. I think even Quishon ran better numbers, right? At 10 pounds heavier. So, I could just see the fit here with Quid. I wonder if this means they're going to try to bring back Nick Chubb, what the deal is going to be there. But overall, I'm fine with the philosophy that they have with the draft. I try not to get too married to what individual players they take. I think these are all guys I can see roles that can be successful with the team. The big thing that you're going to really have to wait on to see how this draft gets viewed is what happens with that first round pick next year and what that turns into, right? If they get a quarterback next year in 2026 with that extra first, then we're looking at this as the turning point of the franchise. And when Andrew Berry saved the Browns and doing all that stuff and writing poems on Twitter and stuff about what happened today, like that's what we're doing. And if it doesn't work out, then we're going to point to this being like, yeah, that's when he got fired, right? Like that, It's going to be either one of those two things. We'll see how it all works out. I think all of the players they have taken have a chance to be impact players. Jason Tarver's a really good linebacker coach. I think that I don't bet against him being able to turn a guy into a good player, right? He's done it a ton here. And we've seen Quishon's skill set work in this offense before, right? So there's that. And in Mason Graham, I have ultimate faith in Mason Graham. I know Ohio State fans, some of them did not love the selection there, but the more Ohio State fans hate taking a Michigan player, the better that Michigan player usually is, right? Because if you're super excited to bring them in, I don't know, you should have good feelings about a Michigan player if you're an Ohio State fan. So the more angst he gets from Ohio State Buckeye world, probably the better he is. And he was a game wrecker against Ohio State, especially last year. So, those 3 guys work out, become productive players for you. Hopefully, you get a couple Pro Bowlers in there. Then, if you get that extra first and you turn that into something franchise altering, then that's gonna be pretty noteworthy and a hell of a deal. And we're gonna look back on that pretty positively. But right now, it's a pretty like responsible draft. They haven't done any of the big hype moves that I think people have anticipated them doing. And with 67 coming up, and it looks like Shador and Jalen going to be there, I wonder if this is finally when they succumb to hype and take one of these guys that people have been wanting them to go with. But even then, I'm just going to say they're going to go with the board here.
Oh, sorry. We got to pick in. Jack, why don't you take the stupid pick that's going to piss me off? Just announce it.
The Eagles?
The Eagles select safety Andrew Makuba.
Son of a bitch.
He's a hard hitter, man.
Wondered whether we were actually going to get a quarterback here. Because I could see a team doing this. Now, if we're talking about this, there might be some value here, and then they develop into a backup, and they're a really good backup for 4 years. You could see an Eagles Chiefs, someone like this, just swing it on one of them. The player probably wouldn't like it because they know there's not a great route to being a starter. But I wonder now, when we get this late, you're not just looking at the teams that need quarterbacks. Everyone's kind of in play.
Yeah, anything can happen now in the 3rd round, right? Yeah, it's like it's at that point where it's like there's no commitment really, like to next year, or even to stardom, right? It's just you can kind of go here. This is where in 2014, well, not 2014, 2022, was that the bad quarterback draft? The Kenny Pickett one?
Pickett.
Yeah, that's where like the bulk of these guys fell to. in 22, including like Malik Willis, which this Shador slide is pretty similar to that Malik Willis one.
Well, I do
Right.
want to say this in our Slack channel. Brad Stainbrook posted a conversation that he had over text with a league
I saw it.
and he's talking about Jalen Milroe, and he said, "You think Milroe will go over Sanders?" And the league executive says, "Absolutely. Will Howard may go before Shador Sanders." That's from a league executive that Brad Stainbrook is texting tonight.
What
So
did he do in those interviews?
I don't know that Shador's slide is going to end anytime soon. We do have the next pick, the first pick of the third round. This should be the Giants, and let's put it up here.
Offensive tackle out of Toledo, Darius Alexander. That's a cool name.
25-year-old defensive tackles were not going in the first round. I don't care who it is.
Even if they weigh 300?
No, yeah, you could be 400. Desmond Taylor could go before that dude.
Browns are on the clock. We don't have the middle pick yet, but Browns are on the.
Yeah, it looks like 66 went. It's just not named. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll let you know when that gets named. But the Cleveland Browns, here we go, boys. 67. Again, the Browns with one more pick tonight at 94. But already grabbed a linebacker and a running back tonight. We'll see what the Browns decide to do. We're waiting on the pick from Kansas City. But we'll see. This could
You
be
think they
the
go
time
tight
when they
end?
go quarterback, or like you guys have talked about, if they don't go quarterback here, I think it just tells you a lot about A, how they feel about this quarterback class, but B, the purpose of the move they made yesterday to get that extra first round pick.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to see a wide receiver or an edge here.
What wide receiver? Who's available right now?
Oh, there's plenty.
Jalen
Because what, Beck went? Is A. Manor still there?
Yep.
Yes,
No.
Yes, he is.
No, A.O. Maynor is still there.
Kyle Williams, probably.
I'd be fine with Kyle Williams.
Yep, Kyle Williams.
Yep.
Actually, the guy who's pretty sneaky good that not a lot of people talk about is Horton from Colorado State. Numbers are
Torrey.
good. Athleticism was good. Yeah, nice little player. Well, not little.
A.O. Maynor would be a great.
He's
pick
not.
here.
He's not old. He's round 3 acceptable old.
Jack Duffin will be the judge of that.
Who are we deciding
Tight
who's
ends.
Oh, he's 22. He's 22 and a half. I thought he was older than that.
Gunner.
No, 5th year. You usually think he's already
Fainin.
23.
Well, we've been talking about Horton for 3 years.
Yeah.
You get the Kansas City.
When this
in
pick
there?
comes through, I'm just going to go straight for it, just because obviously it sets up for what the Browns do.
Yeah, sir, you put the
Who's your
finger up.
favorite edge left? Pete Birch, Jackson, Stewart, Swinson, or Umanielian?
If I'm just picking at pass rushers, which is what I think they would want, it'd be Uman Mielen or Josiah Stewart or Braden Swinson.
What about your
Yeah.
Virginia Tech kid?
Later.
All right, we got a super chat here from the Harold from Julian Smith. The Harold Fainin era is almost here. Q, get excited. We'll see what happens.
It's 100% the most believable pick.
Oh, I know. It's just like they found a way to come out with Malachi Starks and Mike Green, and that's pretty wild.
That's what they do, though. They just let people fall into their lap every year.
Or they just take the good player there and don't complicate things.
Is there anybody on the board here while we wait to see what's going on with the Browns? Is there anybody on the board here that you don't want the Browns to take?
So Brad's tweeted not a QB.
Yeah,
We still don't know this pick yet, but
they still have 93 tonight. I wonder if they move up.
97. Yeah.
94.
94.
94.
Yeah,
Somewhere
67.
lower. Looks like we're getting the Giants.
Chiefs sound the top now.
Yeah, the Chiefs. We still haven't seen the Chiefs pick.
Yeah, drafts and TV timeout.
Oh, there you go.
Is it too early to take Charles Grant, Pete?
No, I would take him. If you want to tackle, he's the guy I would take.
You're probably not going to get him at 94, so if you want him, this would be the spot.
Yep.
This is where you take him.
If you're looking at it from an odds standpoint, not that I necessarily think you need to do this, but he's the one tackle you probably want to get. While Jalen Milroe, Shedeur Sanders, and Will Howard, one of them may end up being there at that next pick. Obviously, the Browns probably have a preference. They probably don't like all three of them, but still, if you're just saying we want to get a quarterback, you can play the numbers there.
Yeah, I would imagine the lack of aggression means that they don't want to do quarterback today.
Well, we were talking, Q, and we're wondering if, as much as you thought about quarterback, in this overall draft, that trade yesterday and then giving you the 2 firsts and 26 could have really maybe changed your opinion, because anybody you would draft here now, it would be a short life expectancy, because eventually, most likely he's going to get put on the back burner 1 year from now. And how much of an opportunity would he actually get this year anyway?
Yeah, it would have to be somebody you feel like putting in that DTR role, right? While you're giving the main guy the run, you're developing this guy in the background to potentially be a backup. But I don't know if you even want to do it in that order, right? Because you're drafting somebody before you know what the play style is going to be of whoever it is you take next year, unless like you're going with a general template of what you're looking for. And it would just be awkward. So, yeah, if they've shown no aggression here, and I believe like not taking one at 67, it shows that they're probably out on quarterback entirely. I wouldn't be surprised they end this draft and just not take a quarterback at all, because it just looks like it's feeling that way. Like maybe they go out, try to bring in, like a Tyler Huntley type to round out the quarterback room, something along those lines to get their third guy. But, if they weren't willing to do it in any of their second round picks, and they're not willing to do it here at 67, then they're not going to be willing to do it at any point, I would imagine, right? Unless it's like Jalen Milroe and they think they could turn him into a utility guy if quarterback doesn't work out. But like drafting Shedeur, I just don't see it happening for them if they're not doing it here at 67. And even like Will Howard.
So the Chiefs took edge Aston Gillette, God knows. But the pick is in for the Browns, so we'll get that really, really soon. But they've not traded it or anything. The pick is in.
They have made a selection. Think it's Fainter?
I think it's just a safety to troll me. So choose your top one.
Ooh, what? Kevin Winston's still on the board?
Yep. Yes, he is.
Yes, sir.
And that feels like an Andrew Berry pick. But this draft has showed me I don't know what an Andrew Berry pick looks like anymore.
Right.
The linebacker at 33, defensive tackle at 5. Yeah.
Do the opposite.
I feel like Jack is considering moving his fandom.
Trade me to the Eagles. Howie would never do me this dirty.
Howie picked the linebacker in round 1.
Traded up too.
Maybe he would.
They're in quite a bit different position than we are.
You don't say.
I mean, Howie's taken 2 defensive tackles in the top 10.
Howie does some weird stuff,
Yeah,
but he
Jordan
makes sure
Davis.
he has extra picks to justify his weird
I
stuff.
mean, Andrew got the extra picks. So he took the linebacker in the round, he had the extra picks, and he took the defensive tackle in the round, he had the extra. Well, got the extra pick for next year.
Suspense.
Will it be a player that we've talked about all off season, or is this going to be a surprise?
Be a kicker. Not again, Andrew.
Not in the 3rd round. Caleb Johnson's still on the board?
Yep.
Wow. The slow
People had him,
people
right?
off.
'Cause there were a lot of Browns mocks where it was 67 Caleb Johnson. So
A lot of mine.
It went Judd. So
They
I
could.
think would that be kind of redundant though with him and Judd?
Yes.
Fannon's 20 years old. It's like 20 years. maybe.
Faden and Winston are super young. That's why I'm like, it's probably one of those two.
What's the injury concern with Winston?
coming off
he
an
had
ACL.
ACL last year.
ACL?
And somebody actually let him run a 40 though at Penn State Pro Day 6 months after surgery. He pulled off a 4.45. 6 months after ACL.
Yeah, I'm fine with the knee.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, that's why I can never tell if I even like Penn State players because they test out of their face every time. Like they're the best testing
Demetrius
school by far.
Knight
He throws his
confirms
body
he's a
at the problem a lot
distant
too.
relative to Aretha Franklin. The draft is wild.
What?
Who's a relative?
Demetrius Knight confirms he is a distant relative to Aretha Franklin.
All right then.
Love that.
Cool.
Love that for us.
Give him some RESPCT.
They could take Rebel here, right? Would they take Rebel?
I don't.
They
think
better
they're-
not.
They're,
He's
they're
old.
not
He's
a
injured.
rebel team.
I don't think they'd like the age.
Oh yeah, he's too old, huh?
And maybe Ray Farmer makes that pick.
Let's.
I'm telling you, I
go
think
on
the
this
league
pick.
jumped in and said the picks were going too quick. We got to pay some advertisers. Let's slow this down a little bit.
I think someone
Madness.
All right,
flipped
the pike's
their
getting
Kleiman. He's not
announced.
even doing anything.
Man, this is incredibly suspenseful. The like 3 picks before this just rolled right in.
Pins and needles.
Harold Fainin.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Oh
There
my
we
God.
go.
Fucking
Now-
been drafted.
There you go. There
Now
we
we're
go.
cooking.
Say
Let's
it,
open the
Jack.
playbook up.
Oh, no, I'm
Ian,
going to let you say this, Mike. It's-
Brad, whoever's driving, make sure we use that. Brad, somebody made a nice Harold Fannin.
You're gonna make me say it?
Yeah, this one's for you.
The official pick with the 67th pick. Cleveland Browns select tight end, which is unfair to even say because he's kind of a Mr. Do Everything on offense. Harold Fannin on his way to Cleveland out of the Bowling Green State University Falcons. This dude is electric. This was a guy I wanted from the very start, and everything else that happened in this draft has just been made up for. Unbelievable pick.
This is going to make the mock draft faithful with the Cleveland Browns fan base happy because he's been on like every Cleveland Browns fan mock draft since the start of the year.
He's a hell of a player.
Fun
Now,
guy.
20 years
Mike,
old.
didn't he cook your Aggies? Is that where the love started?
Yes, he did.
Dude, he cooked the Aggies. He cooked
And
Penn
Penn
State.
State.
He cooked
everybody.
Every big team he played.
They beat Georgia Tech, I think, a year ago, right? At Bowling Green. He was a huge part of that too.
He is not only just extremely reliable. The dude's got hands like unbelievable hands, mitts that go up and get the ball. He's great at getting it at the high point, but he's also just a great athlete that runs great routes. And you can run this dude like a slot receiver. You can run him. You can run plays for him out of the backfield.
Yep.
There is a lot of stuff you can do with Harold Fannin. The only thing he's not good at as a tight end, he's not a great blocker. He's not going to really help you out in the blocking game.
He's a high effort blocker. He's just not very good at it.
Yeah,
I was
narrow.
gonna
base.
say how do you best use him in year one, Pete?
F. He's an F. You put him in space. You put him at wing. You put him in the backfield.
You can do some. You can probably do some fullback stuff. That's an absolutely true point. That's one of the reasons I like him is I think he gives you such versatility. You don't know what he's going to be when he's in the huddle.
He scored 4 touchdowns as a Wildcat quarterback his freshman year.
He runs weird. Have you seen the way he's got like
Runs like a guy that used to play interior line.
All right, Harold Fainin in Cleveland. This is one. Look, we've been this whole draft has been surprises after surprises after surprises. Harold Fainin Jr. most certainly not a surprise. A lot of people have had Harold Fainin Jr. mocked to the Cleveland Browns at this pick for a long time. This makes a ton of sense. Are we seriously expecting Joe to play all season? I don't think they're expecting Joe to play all season. I think they're expecting Joe and Kenny to play all season, man. Like that feels like the plan. And whatever they get out of that is whatever they get out of that. I think they're okay with living with that. Yeah. But Fainin Jr., that's a big one. Super excited about that. Yeah, Shador slide continues. We're sitting at pick 69. Shador's still on the clock here. But Fanon Jr., I mean, this guy's a playmaker, explosive, downhill kind of guy. Great hands at the tight end position. He's not the biggest guy in the world, and he's a willing blocker, but he's not, he just doesn't have the size and the length to be an elite blocker, inline guy in the NFL. But what he can be, he can do a lot of what Harrison Bryant did for this team and what they wanted Jordan Akins to do for this team last year. The Browns always have a tight end that they keep opposite of David Njoku because they let David do most of the inline stuff, that they play off, put in bunch formations, have them run routes. This is the perfect space for Harold Fanon Jr. He's going to do everything and more that you've seen, Harrison Bryant and Jordan Akins do. There's obviously a spot there. This guy was incredibly productive at Bowling Green. Super young, too. He is, 20 years old? Now, this is somebody you thought you would have to take in the second round early in the process. Now we're sitting here, and you got him at 67. So it makes a lot of sense there. Someone said if Pickett has to start, enjoy having a number one pick next season. Might be the goal, brother. Wouldn't be the worst result. Yeah, I think at this point, the only quarterback the Browns are really going to entertain taking is Shador. I mean, not Shador, is Jalen Milroe. What? Someone said if the Browns get the number one pick next year, we lose Miles. No, you don't. If Miles is the one bitching and moaning about not having a quarterback, he knows exactly why the Browns would not want to win a ton of games next year. If it gets him a quarterback, it gets him a quarterback, and that makes the team better, right? So we'll see what happens. I don't think the Browns are trying to lose games, but they're not focusing on the quarterback position in this draft because I don't think they think it's that good in this draft. We only got 100 likes? That's crazy. That's crazy, chat. We got almost 4,000 people in here, and we got 100 likes? Is this really what we doing? This how y'all doing me, chat? That's crazy. That's crazy. Got a super chat here from Michael Stone. I will be astonished if Shador falls to the fourth round. Get ready to be astonished, my brother. It might happen. I'm shocked too. It's crazy. Got a super chat here from Michael Stone. Oh, we had 915. Who lied? We over 1K. Let's get to 2K. Let's get to 2K. Let's get to 2K. Oh, why Milroe? Well, this is why I think if the Browns take a quarterback, it's going to be Jalen Milroe. It doesn't have to do with the OC connection. It's just if Jalen Milroe can have value for you if he's not playing quarterback, and you have to account for that. Oh my goodness, says people love talking about Fanon's height at the position, but forget that Ozzie Newsome, Delaney Walker, Kellen Winslow Sr. were all 6'2". Yeah, I mean, again, when it comes to size, I don't love getting obsessed about a player's size if it hasn't been demonstrated to be a problem for them. And with Fanon Jr., it's never demonstrated itself to be a problem. I mean, this is somebody we wanted the Browns to take all summer. I mean, this is the one pick, y'all, that Browns Twitter can lock hands and say, yeah, okay, this is the one pick. We don't got to argue about this one. We can all enjoy it. There's no controversy. You don't have to explain something. We don't have to get familiar. This is the one pick where everybody's like, yeah, we got him. So I'm just going to enjoy that before we get into the nitty gritty. Ski Slope Logan says, so far, I'm happy with the draft. All of the picks have been solid players. Yeah, all the picks have been players that I think they can incubate into good football players in the NFL. Whew. I am excited to crack out the Harold Faden Jr. film. I'm excited for it. It's going to be a long night. The Browns take 4 players in day 2. Oh, he balled out versus Penn State. He was really good at the Senior Bowl, too. Trying to pull up his receiving stats. Yeah. My man had 137 against Penn State. 145 against Texas A&M. Good Lord, Harold Faden. Yeah, my man's a baller. 137 versus Western Michigan and 2 touchdowns. Looks like I got a lot of tape to watch tonight. Jack, get off my nuts. You want to rub your fingers through my hair? That's strange, brother. That's strange. 171 versus Kent State. Good God. Oh, yeah. I'm excited to watch the film on this dude. I am excited to watch the film on this dude. What about QB? That's what you got the extra first for. That extra first, some way, some shape, form, gonna turn into a quarterback. I'm being real with you. That's what the extra first is for. It gives them security to feel comfortable about taking the quarterback next year. Either that be in the draft, it can also be Brock Purdy becomes available, and now you have an extra first you can throw at the 49ers to get Brock Purdy. It could be something like that. But they're going to use that extra first more than likely to get them a quarterback. Yeah, I got to download a lot of Bowling Green tape. I'm excited. Love this pick. Almost want the draft to end so I can go ahead and just immerse myself in film. Yeah, my man's good. That was a hashtag good pick. Freddie Bryant. Somebody said we could use it for Dak Prescott. I don't know if you're joking. The Cam Scatterboo go? No. Might Faden turn into Gronk? That's crazy yards. No, he crazy production at 20 years old. Like, I don't know if he turns into Gronk, but like Delaney Walker is definitely a possibility. You know what I mean? Gronk is crazy. Gronk's 6'7" giant. Like, he ain't Gronk, but he could turn into, the best smaller tight end in the league. You know? Charles Wirt, appreciate the super chat. Okay, they got Texas A&M. I'm gonna download that. Got Bowling Green. I'm gonna download that. They got Western Michigan. I'm gonna download that. And they got Kent State. Yes, they do. I'm gonna have to download that too. Said Fanon is Aaron Hernandez. That's a crazy comp. We're not gonna do that to my guy. Yeah, I mean, there's a clear path for what Fanon can do in this offense. Everything Harrison Bryant did, he could do. Everything Jordan Atkins did, he can do. The comp, Delaney Walker, I think is the common comp out there for him. Smaller tight end, really good going vertical with the ball in his hands. Super productive player. Vernon Davis is a bit much. He's athletic, but golly, nobody's Vernon Davis, man. Oh my goodness. Well, we got a long way till we get to the Browns pick. I'm going to use the restroom. Yeah, he's a willing blocker for sure.
This is 25 years for me getting drafted. I want to give a shout out to Sean Ellis. I want to give a shout out to Chad Bennington and Anthony Day, the 4 first-round picks we had in 2000. And also, we got a free 99. We got a 3rd-round pick for Lavernia Skull from Florida State. With that being said, with the 73rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Azaria Thomas, DB, Florida State. Represent, baby, represent.
This is a long term. If he had run well, if he had posted a good time, likely goes at worst to the top of the 2nd round. But you see the 40 on the screen, they're in a run of 4.58, which that was the little bit of the question mark. And so when he ran that time, I think that's what dropped him down to this point in the draft. But the tape is actually really good. More smooth than a such explosive player, but someone who can really match up with the bigger guys you're going to see around the league. From off, I thought you saw a little bit of that initial suddenness, and just can he maintain it with the long speed? That was a little bit of the question and concern there, CJ.
Yeah, DJ, what I thought when I watched him was his ability to transition. You're not going to see it here because he's playing the long ball. Watch his transition to the football. That's what I liked a lot about him, especially his break and drive. As he's coming back, approaching the line of scrimmage, Joel, he would see things in front of him. And that plant break and drive was really sudden, despite his 4.58 40 time.
You know, and he really only started this last year. You know, so to have some of those skills, I thought was solid for him. And I'll be real honest, guys. Like, it was tough to find positives for Florida State. Started in the top 10, ended up being a 2-win team. The Seminoles, but he was one of the rare bright spots. He played hard at it.
All right, so the Fast and Furious Broncos have made their pick. The Niners have made their pick. We'll get those picks when we get back. And by that time, Dallas might have made its pick. Moving down the line, the Patriots back on the clock as well. Here in the 3rd round in Wisconsin.
What makes iconic? It's a feeling. It's a flavor. It's every moment. It's every detail. It's the excitement. It's the journey. Most importantly, it's destination. But we're iconic stadium, Caesar's Palace.
Sitting next to your girl on a kiss cam. And if you don't have the right home coverage, you let him kiss your savings. Why? Why can't we say we're the best home shop in state? Well, true, you just can't say that. What if we said it in Spanish?
Homes.com es el mejor.
What if he said
Homes.com? It's the best.
This is Roundup Football.
This stuff works. This stuff kills weeds down to the without killing your lawn. This stuff works on dandelion. It's crap. It's close. This stuff works for up to 3 months. Guaranteed or your money back. This stuff works.
I hope Harold Fannin can be a possession receiver. Might be Jay Novak as a comp. Nah. I don't know. What are you talking about, Brand G? They don't want the Sanders circus, the same people who took Johnny Manziel? This is not the same people who took Johnny Manziel. And there's a difference between, thinking you're trading for Deshaun Watson, who at that time was an all-pro player, to drafting Shedeur Sanders. And look, man, you can't just be mad at the Browns for not drafting Shedeur Sanders. The entire NFL has not drafted Shedeur Sanders. Like, name a GM that you love and trust. They have taken the chance on not taking him too. Like, at this point, you can't just be mad at the Browns. Like, nobody wants Shedeur, dog. It's the who want me meme. Who want me? Nobody. That's what Shedeur getting. His phone ain't getting no calls right now. Like, nobody wants him. For whatever reason, nobody wants homie. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, at this point, he slid further than where did Malik Willis fall? Watch Harold Fannin's bowl game, 17 catches and a touchdown. Did he play? Arkansas State? Yeah, damn. All right, I'm gonna download that too. Hilarious Google Settlers of Catan, Shedeur Sanders. You about to give me a virus, dog. I'm not about to do that. All right, let me do it. If you give me a virus, I'm going to find you. This got to be fake. This is a fake story, right? It's got to be a fake story. Yeah. It wasn't smoke, y'all. The Shedeur Sanders had terrible interview stuff was not smoke. Antonio Gates light. I can see it. No way Milroe's still in that green room, man. Q, how many legit players are left in you? There's a lot, man. There's a lot. Especially the Browns have what? 2 picks? They have what, 93, 94, and then 126. Yeah, they got plenty of room to add. Got a super chat from Trevor who says, we got an OSU running back and Fannin W round. Yeah. Hey, and apparently that Schwesinger dude's a baller. I got to watch him. I'm excited to watch him, but apparently he's a baller, man. Boston losing? Wait, is Boston losing? Nick Martin just went. So that's a giant gap between linebackers. The Browns probably were right for taking a linebacker earlier than later. Wait, is Boston losing right now? Yeah, it looks like Boston won. Boston lost. Magic won. Let's go Magic. Yeah, it looked like Paulo took care. Let's go see what the Milwaukee Bucks are doing. If they're going to stretch the series out.
For the first time in this series.
Yeah, there's a run on linebacker right now. All right, Milwaukee up on Indiana. Game 3's doing what Game 3's do. We'll see what holds.
Am I taking the foul off the player or am I taking it off the board? So it's an interesting choice here.
Got another super chat. Fana reminds me of Aaron Hernandez with New England. And I get it, man. But can we not compare the homie to a serial murderer? Can we just not compare this bright young man at 20 years old, a local guy? Can we not compare him to a dude who killed multiple people? Can we just not? I know what you're saying. On the field, it looked similar, but like, let's have better associations, man. There are better players that we can compare them to. Pittsburgh has to take Sanders, man. Oh, Carolina just traded up.
Ian Rappaport took it away. Which is important. Obviously, the health of the quarterback position for the Cowboys important in general. My understanding is Trayvon Diggs, the All-Pro, two-time Pro Bowler, may not be ready for.
Oh, we get Kevin Winston at 93. Backflips. I'm doing backflip. Him or Caleb Johnson? Backflips. Tyler Batty's cool.
With the 77th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Princely Umanmiele.
They went edge.
Miss played for one of the best defensive lines in the country. We saw Walter Nolan come off the board in the first round. This is a very long, rangy, athletic rusher who we had a chance to see up close at the Senior Bowl and can win with speed and a little more finesse CD than just pure power. But this is how you would build a pass rusher in the lab in terms of his size, his length, and his first. Remember the Senior Bowl?
Yeah, where did Malik Willis fall to?
Coach was asking, who wants this? And he goes, okay, this guy. He tried to tell me, Princely Umanmiele. But remember, he came from Florida, Joel, and then ended up going over. And
So Malik Willis fell to pick 86. Hey, man, they're still out there. Q, is there a player you would react like the Ika pick did? I mean, they could take a kicker. I want to be happy about that. There's not really a ton of players in this year's draft class that I have a negative feeling about. Like the Tyler Shuck and Jackson Dart went already, and those were the two I was like, I hope we dodged that. Arizona's picks in. I like trench guys, and I love unsexy picks, so this is good form. Like a meal of corned beef, cabbage, and Redskin potatoes from Rex Merchant. Yeah, this is a very eat your vegetables draft. Yeah, what's crazy is that they put so much of the marketing around the draft over Shedeur, and he's still here at pick 78. Cowboys went Siobhan Revel. Honestly, at this point, I hope Pittsburgh stays away from the guys I like the most. Yeah, it's been a crazy day on the draft, man. It's been a crazy day of the draft. I hope Ian Manor doesn't go to Pittsburgh or Cincinnati. I am clenched, sweaty, worried about Ian Manor making it to Cleveland there. Ian Manor and Kevin Winston. That's who I want at 93. Pittsburgh, Sanders, I don't think they're going to do it. They got to float that shit by Aaron Rodgers first. He don't even play there yet. Yeah, Jackson Halls will be nice later on, too. Okay, Arizona goes Jordan Birch.
You get Birch, who looks like he's a 3 technique, but is ultra explosive and athletic and is actually better rushing out there on the edge. So
Big boy.
you get a nice combination of size and speed. Saw a little bit more of a steady bull rush with him. He's not going to just jolt you or shock you with that CD, but just kind of gets that steady, smooth move, and someone who will really chase the hustle on the backside of plays.
That's a big outside linebacker because that's how he was announced, Joel. So instead of much more of a bot technique in a 3-4, they're talking about him being on his feet, taking on the tight ends, beating up people off the line of scrimmage.
Played a ton of football, 58 games. You know, a guy I agree with you. I think he's better on the outside. By the way, good basketball background. He was 15 points per game. You know, athletic guy.
But he said a mean pick.
Got a super chat here. Phil Cordes, Dion, and Tomlin. Tension would be fun to watch. We'll see what happens. I mean, he's going to be there for Pittsburgh unless Tennessee does something wild.
Picks have been on defense. Let's get the Texans' latest selection.
With the 79th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, The Houston Texans select Jalen Noel, wide receiver.
Oh, Noel's gone.
That's the third receiver on their roster now, guys. Where did his teammate go? Xavier Hutchinson's already there, and Jaden Higgins.
So Higgins?
There you go. They went
Yeah.
shopping in state here. Big time pairing that they had there for
Well, the Browns did a lot to address the offensive line in free agency. I know somebody just asked that in chat, but they did a lot to address the offensive line in free agency. Went out, got Tevin Jenkins, Cornelius Lucas. I didn't anticipate they were going to do a ton on the offensive line this year, because they spunt on offensive line. You know, Ray Rag says, "Well, what I've seen, 94 would be the place for a QB if they're still there." For the Browns, they're waiting till the third. I mean, we're already into the third. 67 was a third round pick. I like Scatterboo. Scatterboo's cool. I don't know if he makes sense when you already drafted Judd, but Scatterboo's cool. Yeah, the last 3 picks have been offense for the Browns, for those of you wondering what the Browns would do for offense. Some guys want to know what you think of Scatterboo. I already talked about Scatterboo. I like Scatterboo. Scatterboo's fun. It's just, I don't know if he fits the Browns, like what the Browns like to do. You know, he's more of a gap scheme runner. Browns need wide zone guys who just get downhill quicker. Scatterboo doesn't get downhill fast. He's really hard to tackle. I think somewhere like Pittsburgh would love him. Maybe not Baltimore, but like maybe Cincinnati. Cincinnati makes a ton of sense for Scatterboo too. Kevin Winston is still there. Elick is still there. All right, here we go. Here we go. Cincinnati, Pittsburgh. It's a gauntlet. All right, Bengals are up. Bengals are up. Oof. Jack Sawyer, I wouldn't hate Jack Sawyer. Scat is too small for his running style. I think he'll get away with it in the league if he goes to the right team.
On Wisconsin. With the 81st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Darian Fairchild, guard, Georgia.
Dylan? Did he mean Dylan? Did brother say Darian when he was pronouncing Dylan? That's a first.
Of potential to me. He's got strong hands. He's a little bit.
Someone prank called Shadur. That's cruel. Are you serious? Somebody prank called Shadur? Bro's having an awful weekend. I feel bad for him. Bro's having a terrible weekend. Oh, they got a wrestler. Ray Rags, send me the video on Twitter of that if that's real, to report on Twitter. Shador might get drafted by the St. Louis Battlehawks. Damn, bro. Damn, dog. This is bad for Shador. I mean, at this point, Shador is a good pick, no matter who takes him, because he's better than the average third round quarterback. I feel strong in that. He is much better than the average third round quarterback in a draft. Will his career be amazing? I don't know, man. Once you get taken in the second, third round at quarterback, you're not getting a lot of opportunity to play, man. So, and I think he's somebody that he might have to bounce around a little while before he finds a home. All right, Tennessee just selected. Hopefully they get that pickup soon. I want to thank everybody for showing some love and supporting the show, man. We got over 2,000 people. At one point, we had almost 4,000 people in chat. That's crazy. I don't think I've ever had 4K in chat. We're doing crazy numbers, man. So I want chat to give yourselves a round of applause for y'all kicking it with me. The draft day streams already a W. This has already been a W experience. You know what I mean? Savion Williams is unpolished but 6'4" and fast. Nah, I want Elick. Give me the big guy that can block and run routes. I know people are worried about him catching, but I think his quarterback was shit, and that led to a lot of that. I like Elick. Yeah, I think there's a little Brandon Ayuk in Elick, man. All right, we're waiting to get this Titans pick announced. Maybe somebody on Twitter leaked it. Oh, Pittsburgh goes Caleb Johnson. Pittsburgh goes Caleb Johnson. There it is. There it is. So they pass on Shedeur Sanders. Kevin Winston just went. That hurts me. Andrew, thank you for the super chat. Yeah, Pittsburgh just went Caleb Johnson. Shedeur will get his pick of his team, like he said, as a UDFA. It cannot go that far, right? It can't go that. Like, Shedeur is at the very least the day 2 pick, man. Like, the idea of him falling all the way out the draft, I mean, it's not crazy, but it's wild. Hey, I at you with it on Twitter. All right, man. I'm going to go check it out. Hey, look, there's a lot of people who are tweeting fire Andrew Berry in chat. You guys also wanted to take Shedeur too. And god damn, look at the reach that would have been. Like, I don't want to hear from y'all. I don't want to hear fire Andrew Berry if you're one of these Shedeur 2 people. I'm good. At this point, Shiloh going to go before Shedeur. That's crazy. Damn, they took Kevin Winston.
How to walk right now?
Trey.
Hold on. Here we go. Good, been waiting on you.
Damn, bro, that's fucked up. That is fucked up, bro. Thanks for all the Cleveland content. No problem, man. No problem. It's my pleasure.
Right here to shed a little light on this. Said if they do pick a quarterback in this draft, it will not be someone who will contribute this year. It'll be someone for the future. As for Aaron Rodgers, he said,
What Rap Sheet just said screams, this is a race for Jalen Milroe in the 4th round. The Steelers said they're looking for a guy for the future. Yeah, this is a race between Cleveland and Pittsburgh for Jalen Milroe. Yeah, Caleb Johnson's a good pick, man. He doesn't even have to, like, the Photoshop's super easy. You don't have to go far to imagine him being good. Hey, you're the best, Q. Hope linebacker plays up to the pick. Excited for Judkins? Yes, sir.
2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers, looking to be dominant once again, select Caleb Johnson, running back.
That's crazy, bro.
You just know how to walk right now?
They really like crank called him. And it looks like they bought it too. Like he's on the phone, he's getting emotional. I'm gonna put it on stream. Hold on. This is the Shador crank call.
Good, been waiting on you. No, for sure. Why don't you get up and stand right here? Yes, sir. Nothing there. What does that mean? What? What do you say? How you gonna ask us what it means and you was on the phone? You heard that? You said you're gonna have to wait a little longer. Sorry about that. I don't know what that was.
Yeah, man, that's cold. That's not funny. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Like, at this point, y'all been fucking with them so much, I think you might have made a monster. I think the internet might have gone too far. I think the internet might have gone too far and created a monster in Shador. I think y'all might have gone too far. Like, that's fucked up. And you might have made a monster. We'll see what the dude does. But I mean, he was good last year. Somebody pity pick him up already. I mean, at this point, it wouldn't be pity, it would be approximate value. I mean, dog, there's no way like Jacob Parrish is a better pick than like taking a chance on Shador. Yeah, but there's nothing funny about that, man. That's not fun. Yeah, like honestly, seeing people be that fucked up to him makes me want to draft him because I'm like, all right, I think he's pissed off now. Like, he might be really good now. Got another super chat. How you feel about Jalen Reed? I don't really know much about Jalen Reed, to be honest with you. I'd be excited to find out if the Browns take him, though. Oh, yeah, I'm pumped for Harold Fainting, for sure. I'm pumped for Harold Fainting. All right, Kansas City's picks in.
Bears. So here we go. With that selection, the Chiefs have moved up 10 spots.
The New England Patriots have traded the 85th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Maybe this is.
The 85th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Noel Williams, defensive back, California.
Also, like, I do have a question on how does that video even get out? Like, who's put this? Are they live streaming right now? Is Shador live streaming right now? Like, how did that video even get out? Like, why would you release that video if you're on Shador's team? Like, how does that even come out? Caleb Johnson's not a Le'Veon Bell clone. He's more of a one-cut downhill guy than Le'Veon. Le'Veon danced. It was on a live stream. Who was fucking streaming? Is he streaming right now? Why is he streaming his downfall? All right, I don't know why I'm asking chat for information. Like why I would not in this situation have anybody be streaming that. Yeah, his Twitch page is not active right now. So it's not him streaming. Now it must have been somebody on like Instagram live streaming, bro. Like no, for real. If I was falling in the draft like Shador, like you're not streaming around me. Like you put your goddamn phone away. Kia, man, you gotta love yourself more, dog. You should not stream your downfall. Like that's crazy. That's crazy. Nah, they too content brain. Like if they're out here like recording him and putting shit out, like some things don't need to be public knowledge, man. Maybe I'm different. Maybe I'm different, but if something like that was happening to me, I'm not video blackout, bro. I'm not about to do that shit in public. Shador about to get swatted on stream. That's not funny. I don't fucking play with swatting. That's crazy. That's nah, bro. Is he on Instagram live right now? That's nuts, bro. Like, if my family were out, like if my brother, and I love my brother to death, was so content brained that he, like, if something bad was happening to me and he recorded it and then uploaded it, I don't think me and him would have a good relationship anymore. That would damage that relationship. Like, cause you're not taking care of me at that point. You feel me? Like you trying to get clicks and shit off of me. You're not taking care of me. Like, I don't know. That kind of shit. Hey bro, Shador, I hope today taught you. You might have to have some conversations with some folks, bro, because that shit shouldn't, you shouldn't get the prank call in the first place. Because why did, like, you know, only certain people should have that number. But yeah, whoever recorded that and uploaded it, nah, get the fuck out of here. Unless like it was a live stream, you authorized it and it happened during the live stream, okay, whatever. But if somebody recorded that and then uploaded it, nah, get him the fuck out of there. He ended it an hour ago? Yeah, bro. That's crazy. He was live? Nah, bro. Like, I'm sliding in the draft. I was supposed to be taken in the first. It's the third damn round. And you out here recording me with your camera. You better get out my face. Like, what? Well, you trying to make a band off of me right now? That's nuts. It's not fake. It's real. It's 100% real. We saw him earlier outside throwing the ball and shit. So somebody was streaming him. Jamari Cardwell. Oh, and the Shador slide has now lasted longer than the Malik Willis slide. Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know what he did in the meetings, but he must have did ungodly thing in the meetings. He must have been a capital A asshole. Every year the draft has shocks. This is one of them. Like if you would have put in a mock draft, Shador Sanders gets taken in the 4th round, you would have got a ratioed on Twitter. It's happening. He's about to fall. Doc says, isn't just the fact that you're not familiar with these day 2 picks a little worrisome? Are they like overdrafted? Thank you for the great Brown. No, I'm not familiar with Carson Schwesinger because I didn't look at linebackers this year. Like outside of like Jahad Campbell, I didn't look at linebackers. That's the only one I was unfamiliar with. Like Quincy Judkins, I know him. I'm very familiar with Quincy. And then Harold Fanin Jr., love Harold Fanin Jr. Only one I wasn't familiar with was a position group that I didn't anticipate the Browns taking. Yeah, I mean, he should have never been talked about as a top 5 pick. But I'm going to be real with you. If you're going to take Cam more than the top 5, then like it's not really that much of a difference between Shador and him. At least on tape.
Awesome.
All right, man. Pick 87.
In the 2025 NFL Draft.
Jacksonville got 2 picks in a row. He's built like how you want wide receivers to be built like.
That shot was a crowd shot of the receiver runner. I mean, Savion Williams is one of the unique players. I guess I should just say unique players in this draft. What they'll use is a wildcat. He's outside receiver. They just get the ball to him in the backfield. One of the best overall athletes in this entire draft. He is huge. He's almost 6'4", 222 pounds. He runs with it. And when he's running, he is looking to run through you and by you. He's incredible that way. The challenge in the rough.
Jacksonville has 2 picks here. The Rams, Baltimore, Seattle, New Orleans, and Cleveland.
Just get it to him. Just pitch it to him, put him in the backfield, get the ball in his hands, and make defenders tackle him.
Debo in an elongated package, which means Cordero Patterson looking in terms of body type.
What Green Bay's doing, Joel, is creating a lot of competition in the wide receiver room. They're telling their guys from last year it wasn't good enough. We're bringing in guys who's going to prove to be the best ones.
Yeah, they're going heavy at wide receiver there. And Savion Williams feels like a shot right at Jalen Reed.
That's why Cat's got a strong arm. And by the way, great perspective. Just real quick, Rich. He and his wife had a daughter, Legacy, born 6 weeks premature, needed open heart surgery. So this guy understands perspective as well.
And he's now a Green Bay Packer. Maybe he could be the guy they use for the tush push if they can't ban it.
Illegal.
We haven't banned that yet.
Here come the Chili Black, baby. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Khalid Ransall, DB Tulane.
You might as well stay up there. They got another pick.
He's someone that'll knife backside against run and make.
Dude, I don't think the Raiders want to take a quarterback, man. The Raiders have avoided, they've been like purposely trying to avoid passing on Shador because they just don't want to do it. Can we talk about old Migos? Like, what do you say? Can we talk about old Migos like we did last year in the 2nd and 3rd round? Am I tripping? Oh, the old Migos songs? Like, you talking about the group? You want to talk about? I mean, we'll see. That's day 3. Day 3 is where we don't have any kind of real focus on the stream. The ADHD takes over, and you know, we could just be talking about fucking anything. That's day 3. That's tomorrow. Yeah, Aya Manor. Aya Manor, I like that. I like to pick Aya Manor here. All right, send homeboy out. Send homeboy out. Lost in all of this, I mean, like, is embarrassed. It's funny that like only Shador is getting like shat on for this slide, but this is a similarly shocking slide for Jalen Milroe. The Cats will be on tomorrow, though. We'll see what we do. We'll see what we do, man. Oh man, because after the Browns make this pick, dog, I'm going to bed. It's 11 o'clock. We got another super chat. I'm telling you, Caleb Johnson is going to be a problem. I agree. I wanted the Browns to take Caleb Johnson. I thought he was an option at 67. He has a pretty good Duval, though. Wyatt Millum. Hey, man, my man came up there with the 2010 fit. Y'all remember when people used to dress like that in 2010 with like the little like scarf hoodie and shit and the tight ass sweater? Like that, my man is straight out of like a what was the thing? The Dynamite video. Like that man got that fit in 2010 and he still rocks it to this day. Got a super chat. Would you hate Xavier Watts at 94? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yeah, somebody said the shutter shades on. You know what I mean? Like, we saying it. He fist pumping and shit in the club. Like, I know them shoes is leather. He got the Stacey Adams sneakers on right now. Like, that's crazy. I would never say any of this shit to his face because he looks like he could hurt me. But he does look like he just straight up walked out of a LMFAO set like in 2010. It's crazy. Like all the party music is on his playlist from the 2010s. It was a good time. Yeah, I wouldn't be mad at Xavier Watts, man. There's a lot of players the Browns could get here I wouldn't be mad at. Did Jason Tatum play today, chat? All right. I want Dante Thornton Jr. from Anthony Latham. Appreciate you. Yeah, go watch the first 2 seasons of Jersey Shore. They're dressed like him. Chargers went with Jamari Caldwell. Don't worry, Q. He's too busy party rocking. Yeah, he's ignoring the haters. The haters made him famous. Oh, Tatum played and they still lost? Holiday was out. They're getting banged up. That's the thing with the Celtics right now. They're banged up. We'll see what happens. We are 1, 2, 3, 4 picks away from the Cleveland Browns' most likely final selection of the night. Damn, bro. Y'all are ruthless to Shador in chat. And you know what's funny? You know what's funny? As ruthless as y'all are being in chat, some of you who are being ruthless were mad at me 2 months ago when I was like, I don't want to take a quarterback at 2. Some of y'all were just angry once he doesn't care about the offense when I didn't want to take. But now y'all out here talking about how Colorado retired the number of a 4th round pick. Y'all are the problem. Y'all are the problem, dog. That's crazy. Like, that's nuts. Nuts, because I remember some of y'all in that comment section waxing real poetic on me about not wanting a quarterback, how I just want to kick the can down the road and I don't care if the team's good because I don't want to take a quarterback at 2. And it's so obvious to take Shador at 2. And that man fought a pick 90. You talk about Shador Sanders to Kentucky Fried Chicken. That's nuts. Okay? Nuts.
Let's get to it. With the 90th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Josiah Stewart, linebacker.
All right, this guy can ball. So once again, let's see the Rams dip into the University of Michigan's front 7. Well, obviously they over to their backfield last year. What do you think of Josiah Stewart? He's a ball.
Damn, the 6th man of the year only had 3 points on 1 or 2 shooting in 26 minutes. Couldn't be my boy Ty. hey, S tier pettiness from Ray Rags.
50, top 60-ish pick. The Rams.
Oh, y'all, you said Sanders, you said Deion Sanders said his son was a top 5 pick and got a community note. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, y'all do realize them comments are still here. Like, oh yeah. Right now, his dad just hoping somebody call, bro. It ain't about who gonna play where. Real Ben Maynard says, Q, I was one of those people laughing at myself now for bullying you about Sanders at 3 months ago. Whoops, point me out. Exactly.
I mean, Rich 75, and they were taking in the first 45 picks. That's 15% of the draft. And
I haven't checked in on Nathan Segura lately, but every mock he was taking Sanders at 2 and pounding the table. So y'all just shitting on Nathan too? Oh, that's I do not like Emory Jones, so I love that for the Ravens. Rex Fortune, that's unfortunate, man. That's unfortunate. Every time the Browns pass Shador, you kind of got to look at them crazy. This is why I never advocated for Shador in the top 5. I was like, you don't really got to do it. Now, maybe at the end of the first, it made sense, but once the Browns got that extra first, their plans at quarterback were clearly set at 2026. And it looks like every other quarterback needy team has either decided for a short-term solution or just to kick this shit down the road too. I have been saying for a while, we've been overestimating how much demand there would be for quarterback. Man, somebody got to do something, dog. Maybe Seattle? Go.
Going to do Big Ten games in 2 years. The big house really starting to question the whole idea. Like, I was fired up about this whole thing, Joe. I was like, man, I'm getting back to college football. I'm going to the Big Ten. When the governor left is the reason why you are banned from the big house, sir. I'm going to tell you that as well. You got to take your team to the big house.
Another super chat here. Sanders needs to declare for the. Oh my God, y'all are ruthless on this man. I told you guys, there is a cycle that happens with Cleveland sports, especially with the Browns. Browns fans will hype up somebody till no end, and then once reality starts crashing in on that guy, do nothing but shit on that guy once the reality sets in. Like, the more they hype you, Jalen Milroe just went to Seattle. Damn. 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 Damn.
Back with this style of.
Hey, Q, what do you think of Travis is thinking right now? Hey, man, Travis out there in Jacksonville getting sized up for his uniform. He went number 2. He not thinking about none of this shit right now.
When he gets to the corner, he's running away from everybody in the SEC. So you can see this all coming together and the fit making sense here. Don't forget last year, just to add to what Daniel was talking about.
Maybe New Orleans? No, they already drafted a quarterback, man.
Daniels at number 2, or do you take Drake May? Dan Quinn was the head coach and is the head coach of Washington. What keeps them up at night, Joel? Those defense coordinators. That quarterback who can take off and go. Yeah. And I just said that's the ticket right there. Dan Quinn opted for Jaden Daniels. You're seeing right here with DJ Taylor, Mike McDonald, liking those running quarterbacks because he knows what it does to his own defense.
This is listen. There needs to be a lot of development. We all kind of knew that with Jalen Milroe, but you talk about athleticism. It's not just speed. He's the best athlete on the field when he's on the field, and this was in the SEC. You know, there's athletes everywhere, and this guy.
Yeah, man. If you give him time, I think he's going to be a baller in the league. I just wonder if the team that drafts him is going to be the one that benefits from it, right? I would keep my eye if you're a Browns fan. I don't think the Milroe saga is over yet, right? It could be a quick stop there in Seattle. He could become available sooner than later. I think his second team's going to be his real sweet spot in the NFL. Sanders dropped so low, his number 2 jersey might have retired to escape the humiliation of being linked with them. Yeah, man, y'all are doing that thing. Y'all are doing that thing. Y'all are doing the thing y'all do, man, where y'all hype up Shador. Y'all been talking about 2 at 2 and all this shit and yelling at me for not being on board with Shador at 2 and all this. And then now it's everybody shitting on Shador like y'all never liked him to begin with. Like, we need to stop, man. Well, we know Milroe won't work because Curtis will mess it up for him. It's that damn sweatshirt, Curtis. Browns are on the clock. Now, one thing I did have right, I didn't think it would happen in the fucking 3rd round, but I did think Jalen Milroe was going to get taken before Shador. I've been on that one. I've been on that one. I thought Milroe would go before Shador. Did I think Milroe would go in the 3rd round? No. But I thought Milroe was going to go before Shador. This has to be.
We thought it was fraternity in terms of the school.
The Browns will take Sanders for it's the Browns take Sanders. I'm not about to act like that's a bad thing here, guys. Like, I'm really not. You guys wanted him at 2. And now you're like, oh man, I can't believe we took him at 94. Stop. Stop, chat. No, y'all are being ridiculous. You're acting like if Shador gets to you at 94, it's the worst thing in the world, which he's still on the board here, and you take him. Please, spare me. Spare me the drama, dog. Sanders might as well go to work at Giant Eagle. So now you're gonna want to save all that shit if he get drafted here at 94. It's probably not going to be him. Love the draft so far, but I hope we addressed the offensive line in free agency though. Like that's what Cornelius Lucas was for. That's what Tevin Jenkins is for. You have Zach Zinter and DeJuan Jones. Like I don't think it's dire that you have to address it this year. No, we didn't go Corey. We didn't go Dylan Gabriel, did we? You were right about Sanders. I still think Cam will be great at the point. I wonder if he's sliding because he brings too much attention for a third-round pick. I think football guys are doing their normal dumbass football guy logic where they're just talking himself out of a good player here. Like, I honestly think that's what's happened with him. Like, I think he fell out the first, and then he fell further in the second than I think people anticipated. And then they started doing the football guy stuff where, like, oh, well, he's going to be a distraction. And it's like, okay, do you want the player or not? You know? If this is Howard, does Sanders have a... If it's Howard, like, it feels like there might be more to the Sanders slide than what we know. Jack Sawyer, I mean, that would be fun. The thing is, and here's what I'll say, the Browns have been selecting high character guys this whole draft. That's been a mantra of this draft. I'm not sure with Sanders falling for the reason Sanders fell, if they go with Sanders here. Every team is acting like Shador got the cheese touch. Yeah, they treating homie like he got cooties. Wow. 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 Dylan Gabriel over Shador is crazy. I cannot endorse this at all. That is insane. Over Will Howard and Shador Sanders? That is absurd, dude. Dylan Gabriel? That's crazy. They're fist bumping over this. No, that's insane. That is it. I don't like that pick. Like, that doesn't encourage me at all. They've brought in Dylan Gabriel, Kenny Pickett, and Joe Flacco. Oh man, I'm not encouraged. I'm not encouraged right now about quarterback. Ooh. Did Shador just implicitly say he doesn't want to come to Cleveland? Yeah, I'm not. This is the Siaki Ika. I'm not behind this one. I have to. This is my Siaki Ika. I'm not behind it. I thought Dylan Gabriel would be a fine backup, but I mean, when Shador and Will Howard are there, I don't understand passing on him for Dylan Gabriel, man. Like, that's. I mean, it's an upgrade to DTR, but Jesus.
Here's Donna Ponte with the latest pick of the Cleveland Browns here in this draft.
That might be the least popular pick in Cleveland Brown history.
So Dylan Gabriel is going to Cleveland. We just saw two more quarterbacks taken here in the third round, not named Shedeur Sanders. We now have seen every finalist for the Heisman Trophy that showed up in Manhattan is now drafted into the league. Dylan Gabriel is going to Cleveland.
He is a 24
Dylan Gabriel.
Schools 53 starts. Yes, to me, he was like a slight left-handed quarterbacks who are a little undersized. I go.
Yeah, this is my least favorite pick of the draft. Like, this is I know all the Dylan Gabriel stats. I've watched the Dylan Gabriel tape. This is my least favorite pick of the draft. No, you're not going to convince me he's better than Will Howard. This is my least favorite pick. Like, maybe they think he's Brock Purdy. I don't know, man. Yeah, I'm gonna sit with it. Let me sit with it for a second. Let me sit with it, you know? Yeah, I hate it. I don't like the selection for quarterback. I don't like the selection when you consider the whole board. I'm going to put this one down for a pick I don't like. Did Shedeur threaten to fight the coaches during the interview? Like, what the fuck is going on? I don't know what he did and who he did it to. But something happened, man. And like somebody in chat said it, it's not just passing on Shedeur Sanders for Dylan Gabriel, which I do think is very questionable. It's also like Xavier Watt and Eli Manor. Like, a lot of good players were still on the board there at 93. Dylan Gabriel just feels like a waste. I'm not firing the GM over a fucking third round pick, guys. Like, maybe these guys can't evaluate QB prospects. This dude, DTR. Dylan's not DTR. He's much better than DTR, but that's not saying much. Like, Dylan has his strengths, and what I will say with Dylan Gabriel, he's been good every year he's played college football. The problem with Dylan, and he has a better arm than DTR for sure. No doubt. The problem with Dylan is that he's just very limited, small, and not really that talented. Dylan Gabriel is built like a kicker. He's not built like a kicker. Kickers aren't short. Anybody got that clip of me reacting to Siaki Ika? I don't know. Don't love that. But I don't know. Maybe this was a pick because they wanted to manage expectations of the fan base and they didn't want to take a backup quarterback that they didn't really hope to be the starter because they're taking guy next year. I don't know, man. If the choice is Dylan Gabriel, just don't take a fucking quarterback is my thing. Like, I can get why you didn't want to take a quarterback. But I mean, if the choice is Dylan Gabriel, dog, like, just don't do it. Don't do it. Yeah, Dylan Gabriel over him is crazy. Is crazy. Like, I think they were heart set taking Jalen Milroe there, right? At 94. Seattle jumps in front of him. takes Jalen Milroe, and they just go next quarterback. And I'm like, you just got to not take the fucking quarterback, man. At the end of the day, it's pick 93. It's not the biggest deal in the world. Like, I'm not about to sit here and act like everybody needs to be fired because pick 93. That's stupid. But, yeah, it's my least favorite pick of the draft. They do something in the third round every year. It pissed me off. Like, it's the fucking third round, guys. We're reacting like it's the first round. And I'm not see. This is see, chat. This is where y'all get me. Y'all are furious about not taking Shador. Y'all were out here talking about Shador to Kentucky Fried Chicken 10 minutes ago. Stop it. You're not actually mad. You were memeing on Shador Sanders ruthlessly. Now you're furious that we didn't take him. Stop it. I'm so tired of it. Like, I'm so tired of it. Yeah. Y'all were ruthlessly memeing this dude Shador. Now you're mad we didn't take Shador. That's kind of crazy. Like, yeah, I would have preferred Will Howard there, but they didn't like Will Howard there for whatever reason. Whoever this pick was, it was never going to be the future of the quarterback position, guys. That's my whole point. Pick 94 was not going to be the future of the quarterback position and is not going to be the future of the quarterback position. This is just somebody to be third string. And yeah, do I think you could have picked somebody better to be third string? Sure. I just question taking a third string quarterback at pick 95 or 94, wherever it was. Yeah. Yeah, I would have rather just took a player there. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Did Shador Sanders just thank God for everything after getting passed on for the Browns? Wait. Wait, is that real? We could have gotten Gabriel in the 7th round. Yeah, look, I'm not going to endorse taking Dylan Gabriel in the top 100, dude. Like, I'm not here for it at all. But, you know, there's a range of anger you should have about this, and it's not burn the fucking team down anger about who they picked at 90-something. I'm upset that we took Gabriel over Shador. If I prefer Howard or Ewert, but it's this dude. I mean, like, I think Dylan Gabriel's better than Quinn Ewers. Good draft until now. This ain't it. Yeah, I don't love it. Every draft's going to have picks you don't love. This is the pick that I don't love so far. As a UCF fan, I hate the quarterback. He folds too easily. Yeah, man. I'm not in love with the pick either. We'll see what happens with it. Like, I'm not loving the scouting process going into quarterback so far. Browns front office can smoke dirt. We're mad about it. I don't know, man. It's just going to be a disproportionate amount of outrage over this pick. Like, it's not a good pick, but it's pick 94. Yeah, it's like Colt McCoy. Yeah. They definitely wanted Milroe in panic when he went. I think that's what happened there. Or maybe they had those guys closer than we thought. I don't know. The Browns board has been a lot different than it has in years past. They're prioritizing different stuff this year. Someone said, what if we take 2 quarterbacks? Man, I mean, we'll see. Hey, maybe they wanted to relive the Baker Mayfield glory days, get a short quarterback again. Feels like we just got Cody Kessler 2.0. Probably. It's probably something similar.
For the Raiders, and I'm very thankful.
All right, we're about to round out this draft. I think this was a troll pick to make Sanders feel even worse than you. That's kind of fucked up, but I kind of believe it.
2025 draft, the Raiders, the Las Vegas Raiders select Caleb Rogers, guard from Texas Tech. Let's go.
Caleb Rogers lined up at right tackle, but he's played all over the place. You see on the screen there, left guard, right tackle. Announced as
What did he do? This has been horrendous. They burned the team at 5. Oh, please stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop drinking. It's 11 o'clock. Stop drinking and chatting. They did not burn the fucking team down because they took Mason Graham and a linebacker. Like, relax, guys. Gabriel's probably just seen as a backup and is adaptable, a decent game manager. Yeah, I mean, I know why they took Dylan Gabriel. I don't think you have to take that at 93. Like, I get the thought process behind it. Don't think you have to take that at 94, you know? That's my thing. Like, if you don't want to take Shedeur, I don't blame you at this point, right? Because people are going to look at Shedeur like you drafted him in the first round, no matter where you take him, because of all the hype around him. So, okay, you don't want to do that. I get that. I'm not tripping about that. I don't value that over a starting safety potentially or a starting wide receiver. And I think they valued that over that. And I just can't get with it. Justin, thank you for the $2 super chat. Yeah, I mean, this is less about what your quarterback evaluation is and what the evaluation of the board is. Justin with the $2 super chat. Thank you for that. Yeah, they're at the podium right now, so they're not drafting anymore. No, that's a head scratcher, man. That's a head scratcher, for sure. Ray Rags, it took me 15 minutes, but I found the reaction. Yeah, I wasn't that mad this time about, maybe I've learned from years past not to get this mad about a pick. But yeah. Dylan Gabriel, really. That's one I didn't see coming. Better off no QB or picking one undrafted. I wouldn't go that far. Dylan Gabriel's definitely a draft pick, or actually drafting a safety. So far, B grade. Sawyer in the 4th and a O lineman or wide receiver pick after. After this, like, I'm not going to really care about what position they take. They can take anything after 3rd round. Shador's a Minnesota Viking. Shador went to the Vikings. That's interesting. Did that happen? Fly on the Wall says, I'd rather much fill holes. Yeah, I agree with you. The Gabriel pick is crazy. Dylan is, there's no making that pick seem sane. And look, maybe we get proven wrong and Dylan Gabriel ends up being a solid backup for the Browns and Andrew Berry shuts me up. But I feel very strongly that that's not going to be the case. They should trade Dylan Gabriel and Newsom for Milroe. Okay. DG spins a nice ball. Would it be funny if he ended up balling out since we're all mad? Yeah. That's why I'm trying to keep an open mind about it. I don't love the pick though. Like, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm willing to live with that and be wrong. But yeah, I'm just going to say here, this is the pick I'm not a fan of. I've been a fan of pretty much every other pick they've had, but this one I can't get on board with. Odds Shiloh goes before Shador. Man, this is crazy. This is crazy what's happening to this dude right now. He's gonna get drafted, but this is crazy. Yeah. March says all but one of our picks have been in the Big Ten. That's the best conference in football now. It's no longer the SEC. The SEC still has a lot of talent, but the Big Ten, that's where the big boys play right now.
Super sudden and tough. Ran the 4.4s, mid 4.4s, jumped well. 4th down, I'm watching the MTSU game, and he nice threw for a tackle for loss for a huge play in that ball game. There's just a competitiveness. I know it's not big guy, CD, but I love the way he plays. Also how they comparison with Amir Robertson. Yeah, talking about Louisiana Tech. Ball skills, production. Yeah, Mika Big Robson, thank you. Ball skills, production, right?
Do you think this was a Kevin pick? If it's a Kevin pick, you think he sees? Yeah, I think Kevin likes these kind of quarterbacks. Look, here's my hot take, and I'm going to say this shit April 25th, 2025. And if I'm right, I'm right. I think there's as good of a chance that the Browns use that first round pick that they just got from Jacksonville to trade for Brock Purdy as there is the Browns use that pick on a quarterback. That's my hot take. Because I think Brock Purdy is Kevin Stefanski looks at him, he's like, that's what I love. Right? Dylan Gabriel reminds Kevin of left-handed Brock Purdy. We'll see if he's right on that. If he's right on that, all right, Kevin, never going to doubt you again. I'll shut the fuck up. But that's what I think he reminds Kevin of. And I think Kevin loves Brock Purdy. So, yeah, this pick smells of Kevin Stefanski. This is a coach pick right here. A coach makes this pick. He has more experience. That's about it. And look, Dylan's been a baller every year he's played. Like, he's put up great numbers every year in college. Like, Will Howard can't say that. Like, his stat lines consistently have outperformed Will Howard's. You know, played a lot of football, played in a lot of systems. This is a guy coach is going to love. I don't love him like that, you know, and he's not my least favorite quarterback in this class. You could have went like Quinn Ewers here and I would have crashed out legitimately. Like, I think Dylan Gabriel was like behind Will Howard, but he was above everybody else. So it's not like I was super low on Dylan, but man, I definitely would have preferred a lot of other things than Dylan Gabriel right there. Ray Rag says, so once again, we have no effing clue what these dudes want at quarterback. This is the thing, man. I don't know what the Browns want at quarterback. I think Kevin loves Brock Purdy, and there's a chance they use that first round pick to get Brock. That's my hot take. If I'm wrong, okay, I'm wrong. But I think there's a chance that they're going to go after Brock Purdy, man. Yeah, I think this is a Kevin choice. Someone said he's Bo Nix with the better arm. No, I don't know about that. AB and Stefanski presser on now. Can we listen? I'll put that on. I'll put that shit on. Someone said a 5'11" quarterback has to see over DeJuan Jones. Yeah, it's not great. Is this the plan Miles came back for? No, it's not a one-year thing, guys. Miles didn't come back because they were going to fix it all in 1 year. Miles came back because he believed in the long-term plan that the Browns are building here. So, you know, it's not a one-year thing. Like, I don't think Miles signed that contract and expected to feel better about things in 2 months. Like, that's crazy.
All right, we ready to go back there? All right. So busy Friday night for us this year. Real excited about the 4 guys that we added to the roster this evening. Maybe give you kind of a quick hitter on each player. So first with Carson, I think you guys know our history here is we haven't necessarily invested a ton of resources, in the off-the-ball linebacker room, with really Jeremiah being the notable exception in 2021. We felt like Carson was a pretty unique player at the position. Fast, athletic, really good in the passing game. He can blitz, and he's super smart and aggressive. We felt like he was really another modern-day archetype at the position. And we really felt like he could really elevate that position room, if we can get him to his potential at maturity. So we were really excited to add him to the team. With Q, rugged run style. I'm sure a lot of people in this room have seen him at Ohio State this year. Really a bell cow, versatile runner who can run through you, run by you, run around you. We're really excited to have him available to us at the 36th pick. With Harold, he's really kind of the queen on the chessboard. He's a really good ball and hand player, can separate as a pass catcher, despite being a little bit undersized. He's really a good movement style blocker, and he fits perfectly in terms of what Kevin and Tommy want to do philosophically on the offense. And then Dylan, we spent a lot of time with Dylan throughout this process. Brought him in right after the combine. Did obviously the private visit and workouts out in Eugene. Decorated college career, very accurate, very poised, throws with anticipation, good mobility. We just thought he had a really well-rounded game. And the biggest negative that you can say about him is he doesn't have ideal height, but that's not something that we felt like showed up in his game or his film at UCF. Oklahoma, and certainly not at Oregon this year. So we're really excited to add these young guys to the room and, to the roster. With that, I'll open up for questions.
Andrew, throughout this entire draft process, you talked about value, maximizing the value of these picks. You've talked about this entire process about maximizing value. At 94, with Shedeur Sanders still on the board, a guy that you spent a lot of time with, why was the value not there to take him and at quarterback take Dylan?
Yeah, like I said, we really felt strongly about Dylan throughout this process. Think he's a really strong, really, really good prospect. That's not to say that we didn't meet with other quarterbacks that we thought were really talented players and good people, but we felt strongly about Dylan. We think he's an excellent player, and felt like he was the most appropriate player to pick.
But for both, looking at Dylan's numbers, more than 2,100 career passing attempts, but only 32 interceptions. Kind of going back, Kevin, to you talking about taking care of the football. How much of that, when you looked at his game and talked, how much of that, was part of the evaluation with him?
Yeah, I mean, like AB said, Chris, it's such a, when you're looking at any position, you're looking at so many things in total, but certainly when you bring up that amount of attempts versus those interceptions, speaks to the quarterback's decision making. So that's certainly one of the things that you're excited about with watching Dylan, with being around him, understanding how he thinks about the game and understands how to take care of the football.
Can maybe both of you address how much time you guys spent with him at the Senior Bowl, and having Jacques there, coaching the team that he was on, and also having Bubba there? How much did that give you a little head start on the eval?
Yeah, I'd say, for really all of our prospects, we try and get as many touch points as possible. I think I'd mentioned in my pre-draft presser just, why we think with the quarterback position, the additional time, the additional in-person visits are important. So with Dylan, obviously has a lot of college film in a number of different environments and different offensive systems. You see him for the full week at the Senior Bowl, where he's just kind of thrown into the mix, new offense, see that he really passes that test. You see him meet with them, at the combine. We bring him in 3 days after the combine ends for the top 30 visits. Go out and see him in Eugene and do the private workout and visit and everything. So we felt like we had a really strong feeling of what we believe to be his strengths and weaknesses throughout the process, and got to know him really well, like a lot of the other quarterbacks in this class.
And Kevin, you can answer this. When you talk to these guys in these interviews, what kind of read do you get on how receptive a player will be to learning? Like, he'll have to be learning under Joe and Kenny Pickett.
I think every single one of our guys that we bring in, Jeff, understand that they're rookies and they have work to do, no different than any position. And I think, to AB's point, just about these four guys that we're bringing in tonight, and add Mason was that yesterday? These are good players. These are good people. These are people that we want in our building. We want them to we want to embrace them into what we believe, but they are certainly made of the right stuff. And part of that, to your question, Jeff, being made of having that makeup where they're not finished products and they know they have a lot to learn. They'd be very, very smart, all these guys, to learn from these veterans in the building.
I got one for each of you guys. Hey, Andrew, when you're watching quarterbacks go off the board, was Dylan a guy that you kind of targeted at this spot the whole time, or how did that kind of play out as you're watching the other guys go?
Yeah, no, he was. Really, he was among the short list of players that we were considering, well before the draft at this spot, Scott. Yeah.
And Kevin, how do you evaluate what Andrew called the lack of ideal height for a quarterback in this league?
No, it's a good question. Obviously, there's guys that have come before Dylan. There are guys that come after him that don't have the quote-unquote ideal height, but hasn't held him back in his career. He's been that height for a long time. He finds a way to get it done, and that's so important. There's quarterbacks, different shapes and sizes. You have to be able to move in the pocket. You have to feel the pocket. You have to find throwing lanes. You have to change arm angles. All that comes innately, I think, to players based on how they've kind of played the game their whole life.
We'll go Tony, then Cam, then Daryl.
Andrew, just two things about Gabriel. First, just comment on it. He seems an older player, 6 years experience, 24 years old. Comment on that. But also, just before him, Milroe went to Seattle. Totally different styles, obviously. Was Milroe among the considerations at that pick?
So for your first question, it probably goes back to when you asked about the age thing before the draft. That can be a factor in a prospect's profile, but there's no single eliminator. Every prospect's going to have strengths and weaknesses in their profile. Probably age with quarterback, there's a little bit more fluidity with that, honestly, Tony. And I think also the difference is you think of age in the context of their college career. So with Dylan, the guy's played football, been a starting quarterback since he's been 18 years old, in college football. This is not a player who, it took several years for him to become the starter and, didn't become the starter till he was an older college senior. So we didn't feel like that was a major a detriment in terms of his profile. And in terms of Jalen, we spent a lot of time with him. Obviously know him really well from Tommy's experience in Alabama. You're right, very different styles. But we've always said with the quarterback position, our view is we want to make sure that we build around that player according to their strengths. So Jalen's strengths are very different than other prospects in the class strengths. If we had selected him, we would have built an offense that we thought was appropriate for his strengths. And, we would do the same for any quarterback in the room.
Speaking of building around him, this was a skill players kind of day for you guys. You said day 2 is a sweet spot for the draft. So for you, what did you maybe like about what this draft offered, and how do you envision these additions coming into what you hope is another revamped offense this year?
Yeah, so I guess I'll go with the last part of your question, Cam. With Q, we feel like he's just a very well-rounded back, and we've obviously been spoiled over the past couple of years, particularly with Nick and Kareem, and we feel like he is very much in that mold in terms of skill set. Not necessarily saying that he's going to with certainty develop into one of those players. We certainly hope that's the case, but we think that he can be a bell cow runner that can really carry the load for us. And then Harold, he's a mismatch piece for us in terms of how defenses are going to have to account for him and David on the field when we're in 12 personnel, and whether he's split out, whether he's in a traditional alignment, whether he's in the backfield. He gives us that flexibility for Kevin and Tommy to be really creative in terms of how they design personnel packages, formations, and ultimately scheme up the run and pass game. And in terms of Dylan, I kind of touched on him already, but that's how we would view it.
Question for both. First for you, Andrew, and then I have one for you too, Kevin. With Carson, Andrew, did Jim give you a bear hug when you drafted him? And you mentioned in your open, you guys haven't spent a lot of draft capital on that particular position. What was it about him that had you using that 33rd pick on him?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for us is guys at the off-the-ball linebacker position for us to maybe go outside of the norm. We have to project them to be able to do something special or well above average in the passing game. And for Jeremiah, that was really his ability as a blitzer. He was a great run defender because he can make plays behind the line of scrimmage and everything, but he was really special, or is really special, I should say, as a blitzer. With Carson, his profile is maybe a little bit different in the fact that he's shown himself to be a really strong coverage player, whether man or zone. He, very much like Jeremiah, he's very good in the run game, very instinctive, surefire tackler. But when we look at that position, and if we're going to invest, significant resources, it's, hey, can this player contribute above and beyond on third down?
And for Kevin, with adding Harold to your tight end room, we know how much you love tight ends. He really seemed to stand out in the big games against the bigger opponents. Right. How much did that catch your eye? And when you're watching those highlights, did that get you doing a little lobbying for him with Andrew?
No lobbying. Yeah, I mean, I think with Harold, the tape kind of speaks for itself. An extremely productive player. We did a lot of work on Harold. Can I tell him we went to Bowling Green?
Mm-hmm, you can tell him. You can tell him where we had the...
We had lunch at Frickers. Yep, which was lovely. No, but so did a ton of work on Harold. The tape jumps out, like you said. I mean, you watch Penn State, watch Texas A&M. He's a very productive player. Coach Loeffler did an awesome job with him at Bowling Green, moving him around the board, like AB said, like a queen in chess. And he's very
All right, so this is about a good point to end on. Jordan Cole, I think he had the last super chat of the night. They chose a 5'11 quarterback over the most accurate QB. Hey, man, nobody wants Shador. Like, nobody wants Shador. So that is what it is. Let's see. Average coolers is the plan that Miles came back for. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. It never got solved. This was never going to get solved in April. So we'll see what happens, man. We'll see. Again, how this draft goes, what they do with that first round pick next year, that's what Andrew Berry's job is riding on. If they do good things with that, if they don't, then they're out, So it is what it is. Is what it is. That's a good point to end. I'll do a video talking about the Dylan Gabriel thing. That probably come out before my video on Harold Fainin. That's probably going to come out overnight. So keep an eye out for that. But y'all, have a good day. Try to find something fun to do tonight. Peace. We'll see you tomorrow. Cavs playing and the draft. It's going to be fun. John says, what a draft by AV. Loved it. We'll see. We'll see. Positive or negative, I try not to read too much into how I feel the day of the draft. Because how you feel about the draft, the day you do it, is not important. Because you don't judge a draft the day after you do it. The draft gets judged over years. So we'll see. We'll see.